used to punch that clock, working my hands raw, breaking my back for a check that barely paid it all. Now I press one button, watch the numbers climb, make what I used to in a year before I finish my wine. They called it luck, said I'd lose it fast, but I hedged my bets, I ain't built to crash. Got charts like maps, and I read them clear. Ain't no detours when the bag's this near. They said son, money don't grow on trees, but I water my charts, now it rains on me. More in a day than I made in a year. Poured out the struggle, topped off the beer. Now my worst days look like my best last year. Ain't going back, no change round here. Yeah, more in a day than I made in a year. I used to scrape for rent, living check to check. Now my broker calls me sir, show some damn respect. Turn my last few dollars to a stack so high, even my past self wouldn't recognize my life. No more counting dimes, no more skipping meals. Now it's Wagyu steak, yeah, my plate stay filled. I don't check the price, I just tap and go. Spend a little fast, but I make it slow. They say son, money don't grow on trees, but I water my charts, now it rains on me. More in a day than I made in a year. Poured out the struggle, topped off the beer. Now my worst days look like my best last year. Ain't going back, no change round here. Yeah, more in a day than I made in a year. I ain't gotta beg no boss for a raise. I just let my trades do the talking these days. They say easy come, easy go, but that's a lie, cause I built this up and I ain't letting it die. More in a day than I made in a year. Poured out the struggle, topped off the beer. Now my worst days look like my best last year. Ain't going back, no change round here. Yeah. More in a day than I made in a year. Poured out the struggle, topped off the beer. Now
brother. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a beautiful Wednesday, the 30th, I want to say. It's the final day of the month of April. Another beautiful month in the record books. Write it down, get ready. We're going to be joining it. We're going to be enjoying it together. I'm going to be honest. Right now, I don't know what's going on today. I see the market a little bit red, a little bit dippity to the south side. Not so good. That's why I broke out the Lucky Buffalo shirt, because you never know when you're going to need a little bit more luck. So thus far this morning, we already got the ADP non-farm employment change numbers. Clearly not being received that well by the market. I mean, heck. Bueller. Am I back? Is Bueller? Bueller. Am I back? Is anything coming through? Anything whatsoever? Bueller. Is the internet back? Hello. Anyone. I'm seeing a couple people say back. So if you're having an issue, which it wouldn't really make sense because you wouldn't hear me say this, but if you are having an issue, give it a quick refresh. I think the internet dropped out, and most likely it's a Piper-related incident. I can't even rightfully blame it on a platform such as YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Twitter or OnlyFans. I have a feeling that it's my little micro panther that I live with is currently playing with all the very important cords behind my computer. So it just might be one of those days. Honestly, might be one of those days. But if you're having any issues, highly recommend just giving it a quick refresh. I think that might ideally solve some of your issues. But anyway, As you can see in pre-market trading, things are starting to take a dive. Early this morning, we got this ADP. Actually, just came out a couple minutes ago. Anyway, they were expecting 114, came in at 62. Not so good. But what's really about to move the market is the GDP report and the PCE. I know that this says 10 a.m., but that's wrong. We're getting also the PCE report in about 5 minutes at 8:30 a.m. So three important big data drops. We already got the non-farm employment change, not so good. GDP and PCE, so overall economy and overall inflation, we are about to be getting at 8:30, which is why we're starting today. I do want to remind you that events like this is the perfect opportunity, in my humble opinion, to pass these Apex accounts. Just because you could expect such a large move that if you're on the right side of that move, you can easily pass, especially with the 1 day setup that they currently have going on. Is it financially efficient? No. Is it time efficient? Yes. Are you allowed to trade that way with your performance funded accounts? God, no. This is exclusively a unique situation to simply pass the evals. So I just want to be very clear. You cannot do that with funded accounts. It really only matters when you have the 1 day pass, and it is not financially efficient. It is just time efficient if that is something that you are considering. So just a reminder that these types of events, and if you get your account quick, you do have about 3 to 4 minutes to figure it out. But the 80% offer with that code GOONIE, GOONIE, does end in about 15 hours. So you have half a day to figure it out. But I am fully expecting it, and you'll be able to see it in real time. You know what might actually be fun is like I could kind of explain to you how it would work today. Let me go to the 15-second on NQ. So on NQ, with a 50K account right here, these 50K accounts, which obviously you could do this math and just do whatever you need to for yours. You're allowed to trade up to 10 contracts. Great. You're trading 10 contracts. We're maxing it out because we want the least movement possible to pass the test. So you're going for 10 contracts to make 3K. But since you're trading 10, that means per contract, you only need to make $300 or more, which is a 15-point move. So basically, to be safe, you just auto set up an ATM strategy to go for 16 points. So in real time, this will actually be a really good example to show all of you guys of how this stuff is not that hard to pass. It really, really isn't. Because right at 8:30, what I like to do, and I explained this in one of the how to pass the eval stories, videos stories. That's a weird thing to say. Like, what a weird way to phrase it. Anyway, I personally like to do it like 10 seconds before. So if the data drop is coming out at 8:30, which it is today, I like to fire off the trade at 8:29.50, 8:29.52, 53, 55, a couple seconds before. And then basically you're just hoping that you quickly get, like I said, just doing the backwards math right here, 16 points. All you do is need it to either go up or down 16 points, and hopefully you're on the right side of it. And then congrats, you passed. And what you could do to make it even easier is, let me set this up right here. You can set up an at the money strategy where as soon as you buy or sell, it auto sets those exact profit targets that you need. So that's exactly what I do. In fact, I call it DGen. And right here, you can kind of see how I have set it up. Stop loss is at 200, profit is at 66, because this is based on ticks, not full points. So mine's at 66, stop loss is 200. And I just either buy or sell, whichever way I'm feeling pretty lucky. And ideally it goes that way. Or of course you could use the 50-50 strategy if that's something that interests you. But right now in real time, I think we're going to we'll see if it would work today. Obviously, I'm personally not trading it because I already have the accounts that I need. But just to kind of clarify, because I think that's one of the major questions I'm getting lately is confusion about how to actually play this. So right here, you're going to be able to see that real-time example. Once again, I would personally be firing it off, like I said, 8:29 and 50 seconds, 52, 53, 55, right before. And then you're just looking for the ATM strategy to already be set up. So you already have your profit target in there because you're looking for a very quick movement that auto locks in your profit as soon as it hits. And I mean, even right here, you could see we've gone from 25 up to 45. We've already moved 20 points, right there. You're already getting a move that is big enough to fully pass the test, because remember, you would be maxing out your contracts, and on the 50K, you can trade up to 10 contracts. So you just basically do a little bit of, right there, already coming out. Looks like it's already crushing. So right there, that would have already worked in the bullish direction. See how we already got enough of a move. You would have already been locked in. So congrats if you took it. You already got that move right there. So, like I said, I mean, we could even go down into the 5 second to show you. So right here, I say fired off right before the event, and then boom, we went from 47.50 all the way up to 505. That went up 50 points. You only needed it to go up 16 points right there. Congrats, you already passed the test. It is simply that easy. But let's get the actual numbers coming out.
Look at GDP,
our boy Rick.
Percent. We haven't had a negative number since minus 1%. That was in the first quarter of 22.
That easy to pass the test,
That's what we're
folks.
comping to. On consumption,
Shouldn't be complaining
better than
about it.
expected.
It's super easy.
1.8%, better than the 1.2, 1.3 we were looking for, but less than half of the 4% in the rearview mirror, and 1.8 would be the lightest going
GDP,
back to
considerable
second
drop.
quarter of
Jesus.
23. If
Wow.
you look at the pricing index,
Wow.
it's on the warm side, 3.7%. That's about 0.5% higher than expected, and 2.3 in the rearview mirror.
Wow.
3.7 equals the last quarter of 22. You have to go to the previous quarter, the third quarter of 22, to find a higher number. And in terms of the core pricing index, it is 3.5%, about 0.4 higher than expected, and that is 0.9 higher than 2.6 in the rearview mirror, and that comps to the second quarter of 23 as well. You see interest rates moving up a little bit. My guess is those are the numbers it's looking at. Employment cost index, a first quarter number, expected up 0.9. It arrives at 0.9, and in the rearview mirror, well, 0.9 was the last number of the last quarter of 24, so we're equaling. Haven't had any changes there.
The PCE
We've moved
did
up
get moved
a couple
to
of
10?
basis points.
Why?
We're at 414
Guess it
in
is
a
at 10 a.m.
10-year. We're now at 418. And
Is it
do
all out of
remember
order?
that today, if we close lower in yield, and right now we're basically right on the border of
Wow,
unchanged.
what a drop
it would be
in
down
GDP.
7 sessions in a row.
Expected
If
a
the
growth of
two-year note
0.4.
closes lower on
It's
the
actually
day, it would be the fifth
a loss of
close in a
0.3.
row. And all of
Jesus.
that may be due to some negative news like less jobs. July 24 is the last
Wow.
time ADP was
Not
down at
so bueno, team.
62,000. But the equity markets certainly seem to find some solace in lower rates. Back to you.
Okay, Rick. Steve Leisman joins us now. He is trying to make sense of this. What do you think?
Well, first of all, we told you what the number was going to be. We did the earlier. I'll put my other glasses on.
Like we're getting no rate cut still in the May meeting.
Rapid update, which we looked at the
Probably
effect
by
of
the
yesterday's
June
trade
meeting,
number,
we're going to be getting
and
a
that's
rate
why
cut.
The overall, Joe, the things you were
Definitely
reading
by
were
the
positive.
July meeting.
Ours was negative. It's minus 0.4, which was updated just yesterday. So that was like a fresh loaf of bread.
Diving
In terms
team.
of data.
We're
I saw a
diving.
Politico piece. It's
Well,
the consensus was 0.4%. So
The old data before yesterday's
Yeah.
number. So not everybody
I wasn't
updates the
saying-
consensus.
I believed you.
Okay, so thank you. But here's the thing, is that it looks like imports lopped off. I don't have a precise number. It's about 5 percentage points off of GDP. So you get rid of the front running of the imports, add that back, and you could have a huge. Now, of course, you also had lackluster exports, government spending took away from GDP. A big investment number. I'm not quite sure about the detail behind that. But that's a good sign, is that companies were investing in the first quarter. And then we get to this other issue. Let me say the real final domestic purchases, that's business and consumers together, that was up a pretty strong 3%. And then Rick told you earlier, he was right to make a point of this, consumer up 1.8%. That's a good number. That's the number we expect to flip next month. So that number might be weaker, next quarter, or the current quarter we're in right now. And the import number won't be such a drag. So we'll have to wait and see to look at the true sense of whether or not there is emerging weakness in the economy. That's going to be watching the retail sales numbers we have, as well as watching what happens to business investment, and try to sort of look through all this trade stuff and what the impact ultimately is going to be. And for people who don't know, we'll get the PCE at 10 o'clock this morning.
Why did it
and the
get moved
personal
till
income
10?
and spending numbers. And those
Generally,
are the key
it's at
ones.
8:30.
I thought,
That's
Becky,
strange.
your reading this morning of the visa report was interesting. that I don't remember if you remember what you
Does
said.
anyone know why?
No idea. That was like 20 minutes ago.
The reading was great.
The reading was good. The reading was good.
It was really good.
Your enunciation and
What?
they said the consumer was hanging in there.
Yeah.
And that's an important thing because with unemployment low the way it is, people have the wherewithal to spend. Mm-hmm. It's whether or not they're in the mood to spend that we're watching here, and we don't know how much sentiment really plays a role here. I think there's a certain frozenness, if I may, to the economy right now. There's not a lot of hiring necessarily going on, and we'll get that number Friday. But we're not seeing the firing either.
It's been interesting with earnings because everybody is suspending their guidance for the full year. They don't know what's going to happen.
I've never seen anything like this.
What to me is most amazing, though, is you hear most companies, I think, saying that they've been okay, even recently, that things are still hanging in there. The companies that don't are the ones that are getting punished in the stock market. If you say things have been weak in the first few weeks of this quarter, if you say things were getting worse at the end of the last quarter, those are the stocks that are getting punished.
And we want to be careful.
I would say the majority of them are saying things are still okay right now.
We want to be careful, too, because, if the companies are not clear about their outlook, how good are the economic forecasts right now? We showed you that they have come down quite a bit.
Right
in terms of their tracking forecast, but that has data in it.
Yeah.
But we don't know. A second quarter is probably a pretty good idea that there'll be some kind of bounce back from this number. But it's the third and fourth quarter that are the ones that are questioned. I think that's why companies are withholding that guidance right now, because they don't have that visibility on their books for the next beyond, say, several months.
Steve, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Let's see. What's Bloomberg saying about it?
Weekend next week.
Well, first,
U.S. economy contracts for the first time since 2022.
It's partly noisy because a lot of behavior.
Well, that's as boring as it can get. Folks, if you're just joining right now, the overall market is taking a dippity dive, and we are at a major level, 5,500. This is a very, very important level that the bulls need to defend. If they don't defend, there's a very real shot we take the next actual major level I'm seeing is 5,450. Of course, we do have some open interest at 5,485. We have a recent low at kind of 5,470. But in terms of the options market positioning, there is a nice positive gamma node all the way down here at 50, which is a 50-point sell-off, which would be equivalent to $5 in the SPY. But cannot express this enough that we are kind of at the bottom of transition zone, and on top of it being at the bottom of a transition zone where it might become legit bearish, it also opens the doorway to some unsavory price action, if you will. So be careful, because we've been diving ever since 7:15. The ADP non-farm employment change, not good numbers. Then we got the GDP, which was apparently the first, and it was a serious contraction, but even if it weren't a quote-unquote serious one, it's the first contraction we've seen since 2022. Obviously, these are just the ramifications of the current trade war. Yeah, you're going to see your GDP contract. So right now, things are getting a little bit smoked. It could be a weird situation where this ends up being the bottom of the day. We kind of open up at the bottom. I'm not saying that this is the time for everyone to panic, just because from a key support level, we are right at it. Like 5,500, not only is it a key psychological level, it's a key technical level, and it is a massive open interest level. So people who are playing it to the downside might be choosing to take their profits there right out of the gate. And on top of that, they also might choose to, bulls might choose to step in here buying right at key support. So I'm not here to tell you, do we break down, do we break out, is it fake out, break out, anything like that. I'm not here to predict that. I'm here to tell you this is just a massive level, and you got to pay attention to it. But if you're going into this thinking, oh, it has to be bullish, it has to be bearish. No, we were bearish until this point, and then if we get a continuation, your guess is as good as mine. But this is kind of the level between the bulls being in control or the bears being in control. I would say the bulls being in control on the swing perspective. And then from there, it would be more of like we're awkwardly in a transition zone, basically down to 5,450, maybe even 5,400. Now, on a 0 DT perspective, we are breaking the transition zone. This support is the final point of the transition zone. And then from there, on a 0 DT perspective, this is kind of where the bears get to play on the day, if you will. So we're going to be coming back to that. But right here, yes, right now, the market is clearly getting beaten up, clearly getting smoked this morning. But if you ended up playing that on to pass the apex, congrats to you. That one would have worked absolutely beautifully. Oddly enough, it actually worked to the bullish direction. It was this wick to the upside that you would have more than gotten what you needed to lock in your gains. And that is all, like, it's honestly that easy to pass these tests. It is that easy to pass these tests, but Jesus. We haven't seen these levels since market open yesterday. Well, actually, the Nasdaq is getting beat up even more, so that is not so bueno. It looks like we are getting clearly rejected as of now. Who knows what the day is going to bring, but from a technical perspective, it looks like we are getting perfectly smacked at this 50 EMA, and we are taking out some of these lows, and we might be coming back into this no man's land, this range that was created from Wednesday the 9th. Looks like we are quickly getting smacked back into it. Maybe we bounce off of it. Maybe this is a reasonable pullback. Of course, that is possible. But right now, that is we're still going. Dude, this is just, look at Tesla's getting smoked. Broadcom, like everything, Palantir smoked, Tesla smoked, MSTR smoked, Meta smoked, Broadcom smoked, Nvidia smoked, Coinbase smoked, Microsoft smoked, ASML, Netflix, Apple, Amazon, DJT, everything is getting its clock clean this morning. Ripple, Solana, Texas Roadhouse is holding. Bonds are getting hit. Oil's even taking a hit. Jesus, this is, folks, on the very, very short term, the bears are showing up today. The bears are clearly showing up. As of right now, the SPY is ready to gap down by 1.3%, and the Nasdaq is looking to gap down by 1.8%. And it is literally every single time I look back over at the charts right now, it is somehow seemingly getting worse. Jesus, maybe we shouldn't open the market today. Maybe opening the market. Look at. We're actually puking all the way down to my next level at 5485. Maybe we find a bit of support there. There's a little bit of technical support at 5470. And then the key options level here, I should put this up on the screen. Oh, Jesus, the market. I mean, that was a legit GDP. I mean, a legit surprise. For those of you who are just joining in right now, we got some GDP numbers this morning. They were expecting growth, a positive number of 0.2. It came in at a contraction of 0.3. They were off by 0.5%. To be off by 0.5% in the overall market, that's actually pretty freaking wild. So clearly someone is not happy. And you are seeing, this all makes sense. We got very weak non-farm employment change numbers. GDP came out, surprise contraction. And then from there, we're getting an inflation report at 10 a.m. So that might help revert things. But imagine if that comes in hot, if inflation comes in hot, on top of the weak employment numbers, on top of the weak GDP, the contraction that we just got. Dude, this could be setting up for kind of a gnarly day. Now, of course, just to be completely fair here, it could go the other way. Obviously, if the inflation report is good, we could rebound all the way right back up into this transition zone. But as of right now, we are definitely screwing around in the bearish territory. So please be careful. Please be careful. All right, so that's the skinny on the start of the day, which is by no means shaping up to be a good one. But we do have some other things to get into. Here, let me update this. Let's see what the intern at CNBC is now, I guess, titling this particular one. Dow futures slide 300 points after data shows economy contracted last quarter. Yeah, makes sense that we're going down on economic contraction. And then it makes sense that it's going down at such a degree because it's quite the surprise. To be off by a 0.5% on your GDP forecast, that is not good. That is a sizable miss. All right, so we have some things to get into besides the breaking news that we just got this morning. Trump signs orders easing some auto tariffs. So this was some of the hot news of yesterday morning. He officially signed it yesterday, and then on top of that, he had a rally somewhere in Michigan. President Donald Trump on Tuesday signed an executive order softening some of these automotive tariffs. This was beneficial to the likes of Stellantis, GM, a little bit of Tesla, but obviously the GDP contraction is completely giving back all of those recent gains. Auto giant Stellantis suspends full-year guidance due to the uncertainties over the Trump tariffs. So even though they're being somewhat handed an olive branch from Trump, they're still basically saying we have no way to predict what's going to be coming for the remainder of the year. Volkswagen posted a 37% drop in the first quarter profit, says Trump tariffs could weigh on outlook, and this is just the going theme. Trump, I think, will have a deal with India on tariffs and trade. So after the auto tariff stuff yesterday, we also heard from the Treasury Secretary, Bessent, who kind of gave us not such comforting commentary related to China, of saying, hey, we have 18 major trade partners. We're going to be focusing on 17 of them. China going to kind of be put to the side. They're continually saying we're talking with them. China saying that we're not talking with them. When the Treasury Secretary was asked point blank, are you talking with China about this trade issue, this trade war, this tariff issue? He said, I can't really comment on that. So kind of seems like we're not talking with them. So, and obviously that's a big one, but even in his own commentary, we have 17 other major trade partners. And this was kind of being suggested throughout the day. That was the rumor mill of we either struck a deal with India or we struck a deal with Japan. Later in the day, we heard from Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, who once again was saying, yeah, no, we have a deal. It's signed, or a deal's done. We just need the PM of the other country to agree to it, but it seems like we're good to go. And then from there, all of the assumptions was that it was India, and then we kind of got that confirmed from Trump later in the day. That's pretty much how it played out. Early in the morning, the auto tariff stuff, then confusion about China, then optimism about progressing with the likes of India, Japan, South Korea. And then from there, right around 1:50 in the day, for whatever reason, the interview on CNBC with Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, was released a little bit early. And when it was released a little bit early, people started listening to it. And it was basically, yeah, we have a deal done. And that caused the market to pop. So things were pretty optimistic yesterday, which is then leading it. Wow, it is getting worse right now. Jesus. Wow. All right. Trump bashes Powell, touts tariffs at rally marking the first 100 days. So this is bringing us up to later last night. After the market closed, we did get this, rally-esque event in Michigan.
Inflation is basically down, and interest rates came down despite the fact that I have a Fed person who's not really doing a good job, but I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed. You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing. But I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the lowest rate in 4 years. And last month, we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days. Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're in the 60s or 70s or something. In 3 months, we have created 350,000 jobs. Think of that. For the first time in recent memory, job gains for native-born Americans now exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when, Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's okay. And to curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We cut more regulations than any president in history in one term, and now our second term. And, you know, I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms.
Well, that was a lot more optimistic sounding yesterday than it was as of this exact moment. Jesus, I just was peeking over. It's not stopping, like this sell-off. Look at like just the futures market here for the S&P 500, just waterfall. Even the 4 hour, the 4 hour is the only one trying to hold bullish right now. And even that one's not that far away. It's about 40 points, another $4 in the SPY. And then we might have a legit breakdown on the 4 hour, but the 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute, they're all just puking. Right now, I'm just trying to get an idea of 5485. So we're literally at this key level. So it's finding a bit of support as of now. Obviously, we have a lot to go. Hang on. Why did that just get crazy? We have potential support coming in right at this key open interest level. But I'll be curious if that can hold out of the gate. And if we get back up, sucked into this transition zone and have a brutal chop day, maybe a push to this upside gap fill. There is now an upside gap fill to 5506 in play. That is the low from yesterday. Once again, just to reiterate, upside gap fills are a very, very popular play. Right now, if we were to open, we'd be at 5485. 5485 is roughly where my cursor is, right about here, which means we have this gap. It's a literal upside gap fill to yesterday's low to 5506. So that I wouldn't be surprised if that's like a popular play of the day. But right now I am not right now. In a general sense, I'm less of a fan of gap fill plays when it's news driven, and by definition, this is news driven. And also, I should just like, if you're like, hey, I want to play that out of the gate, please exercise some caution, because don't forget, we are not done with major reports this morning. At 10 a.m., we are getting the PCE inflation report. I'm still confused as to why it's being released at 10 when generally it's released at 8:30. If anyone knows why that's happening, I would love to. I would love to know if you guys know why this is an 8:30 a.m. announcement. I don't know why today it's being pushed. I suppose it just is, or like I said, if any of you are knowledgeable to why today is 10 a.m., I would just love to know, kind of like a fun fact of the day. But anyway, you kind of got the rundown of yesterday. Obviously, you're seeing the craziness of this morning, but don't forget, we're also in earnings season. So we have a whole host. In fact, this week alone, based on market cap, 40% of the entire S&P 500 is reporting this week. So last night we heard from Visa, Starbucks, and Snapchat. This morning we heard from Caterpillar. And then after the market closes today, it is a big day. Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, Qualcomm, paying attention to all of those. Tomorrow, before the market opens, Eli Lilly, important kind of pharma-esque play, Roblox, CVS, MasterCard, and McDonald's. And then after the market closes tomorrow, Thursday, we got 2 of the big boys, Apple and Amazon. And on top of it, Riot, if you're into crypto, Airbnb, and Reddit. And then on Friday, we have some energy plays. Go to @eWhispers on Twitter if you want this graphic. It's also in the newsletter. But just to quickly kind of give you the theme of how some of these recent reports have been going. Snapchat plunges 13% on headwinds to start quarter, inability to offer guidance. Starbucks stocks falls as sales disappoint, turnaround pressures earnings. UBS, posts profit beat, but material risk from Trump tariffs darkens the outlook. Etsy shares pop on revenue beat as company says it's staying nimble to tariff uncertainty. Then from this morning, Caterpillar misses estimates on declining machinery sales. And the one that was getting destroyed before the GDP report was Supermicro, SMCI. Supermicro plunges after preliminary result miss estimates. This one is getting absolutely murked. Look at SMCI, down 20%. This thing is getting slaughtered from its earnings. And then obviously it's now getting worse from that GDP report. Closed out the day yesterday at 36, currently trading at 29. It is down 20%. Wow. Like just getting absolutely crushed. So that's down 20%. Caterpillar is actually up 1.9. Starbucks is down 10% right now. Snap is down 16% right now. It looks like it was just trying to get that breakout and absolutely getting denied. You got that on Snapchat. What else do we have? I'm trying to, Roblox is tomorrow, Meta's tomorrow, Microsoft is tomorrow, Robinhood is tomorrow. I'm trying to think of some of the other major, like those are some big moves. Those are some big moves. Starbucks down, also down 10%. Nick, it's like I literally just went over that. It was the second to most recent one I just looked at. Right now, NVIDIA in pre-market down 3.7. AVGO, Broadcom down 2.5. Tesla's down 4%. Microsoft is currently down 1. Apple is currently down 1.9. Everything was on that precipice of a legit breakout. And then due to that GDP report and the non-farm employment numbers, they're just getting their clocks cleaned. Wow. Just getting smoked. ASML currently down 1%. Coin down 2.7. Rum down 2.4. Like, it seems like the ones that are down 2% are actually kind of faring pretty well. How much is MicroStrategy? MicroStrategy's holding up, oddly enough. I was just surprised over here. Look at Bitcoin's holding. Bitcoin clearly breaking its correlation with the NASDAQ. Right now, we have the SPY and the Qs, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ absolutely vomiting. And Bitcoin's holding up. Bitcoin, since the start of April, and as more and more days come in, we can track the correlation. It is starting to lose. It's not, remember, the correlation is like a sliding gradient. And I think the last time I checked it, I saw some metrics 2 days ago. Bitcoin currently has a positive correlation with the NASDAQ of like 0.2, as in it's somewhat correlated, but it's becoming a very, very weak correlation at 0.2. Just to remind you guys of those R squared values. But yes, it is dropping in how much it moves with it. For a little bit there, it was increasing its correlation with gold, but even that isn't that strong of a correlation. We're kind of in this new age where Bitcoin is just doing its own thing, losing its correlation to the NASDAQ, gaining a correlation somewhat with gold, but overall, I would say it's safe to say that Bitcoin's just being Bitcoin. It's just doing its own thing right now. So man, oh man, what an interesting day we are currently setting up for. Like I said, right here, these are the key levels of the day that I'm personally watching. This white block is the transition zone. Above it is bullish, below it is bearish. The green, the red, hang on, let me get rid of that. The green, the red, and the white horizontal lines are yesterday's high, low, and close. And then the yellow/golden lines are going to be more of your key open interest levels. You can see right now in pre-market trading, we successfully bounced off of this level right here. From a technical perspective, there is a bit of support at 5,470. So we're kind of battling it out right here in this zone. Now at market open, there is a chance that we pump back up to 5,500, and that's going to be the interesting test, because if the bulls win there, cool, kind of like a giant black hole, like the gravity will pull us back into this overall transition zone. There's the upside gap fill to 5,506, so we might just kind of get stuck in here and then have to wait for that 10 a.m. inflation report. On the other side, maybe we push up and get rejected at 5,500, maybe 5,506, and then we puke back down to 5,485. If that does not hold, there's a very real shot today that we're talking about 5,450. Quite a bit of positioning there. Even this, really before this, you could see that a lot of people, the biggest volume node from market close yesterday to this morning was at 5,450. I mean, right here, that is a giant spike in puts. And what's a little bit more damning that maybe people knew this was coming was the net situation was call selling and put buying. So on a zero DT perspective, before these announcements came out, people were setting up in a way. Why did I lose the frame that goes around my head? Sorry, I guess my ADD kicked in there. Why did I lose that thing that goes around me to make me look so much more cool? I feel naked right now. The frame that is normally around, I guess, like my camera picture, like somewhere like right over there, generally like right here, it's just gone. Just not messing around today. I feel unprotected. I feel naked. I feel like you guys are I'm just floating in space. I'm just floating in the digital internet space right now. That's a little bit jarring. Why did it just disappear? Completely confused. Anyway, you can see before the GDP report came out, we already had net call selling and net put purchasing. We had this giant node at 5,450, and right now we are on the left side, slightly on the left side of this node. This is interesting. Yeah, big node at 5,500. The next one's at 5,450. Today it might be a slog of a day. I cannot express this thought enough, but be very, very, very careful about trading at market open. Be extremely careful about trading at market open because we have that inflation report, which is going to be a very impactful inflation report coming out at 10 a.m. 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m. So for me, I mean, whatever. I'm not your mom. I'm not in control of your money. Do whatever you want. But I'm not going to be trading before that. If anything, I'll just be kind of awkwardly riffing it with all of you guys, just waiting to see how things play out. But I probably will be waiting to do something till maybe even like 10:10, 10:15, and that's even if we have a setup. But right now it's getting a little bit tough because in the shortest time frame, 5:10:30, they all went bearish, but the 4 hour still holding bullish. 5:10:30 all went bearish, 4 hour holding bullish, and of course, we'll be able to get an idea of the options flow when the market actually opens, and we're going to know if people are buying this dip or if they're actually getting more aggressively bearish. So I'm going to be waiting for that trend. But as of right now, the momentum clearly favoring the bears, which is a bit of a mismatch because if you look at the individual day expirations today, tomorrow, the next day, all the individual days, Monday to Friday for the upcoming weeks, they're actually all call dominated right now, which has been an interesting switch over the past 2 weeks. Over the past 2 weeks, we've seen a clear gradient switch from being short-term put dominated in terms of the option structure to now being call dominated. So basically that call domination is getting completely murked, completely murked. So a bit of a mismatch there. And I think what's going to be telling is going to be the options flow out of the gate, but then also how market participants react to that inflation report, once again, coming out at 10 a.m. I should also let you guys know, we haven't really touched on this, but it's an important thing from yesterday that we'll probably get more information about today. Breaking, Pakistan says their military intelligence shows India plans to attack within 24 to 36 hours. So this is another complete unknown that maybe we do get an update, maybe we don't get an update, but this is like another headline risk type of a situation where truly, if you're in a trade, you don't know if something's going to be coming out or not coming out. So because of that, you have to be extremely careful. And I highly recommend, especially if you're day trading, the way I like to aggressively move my stop to break even as soon as I go like a little bit into profit. With environments like this, we don't know if we're going to get some commentary from Trump or the administration on the tariff situation. We don't know if other countries are going to have their own comments. We don't know what's going to be happening with Pakistan and India. Obviously, we know that there's a risk event at 10 a.m. So like there's a plethora of reasons, a myriad of reasons, a amalgamation. We're just running through all the SAT words this morning. Amalgamation of reasons of why you should be putting your stop at break even. Protect yourself as soon as it is humanly possible. As soon as it is humanly possible, you got to start protecting yourself. Don't forget to sign up for the newsletter, macros.locals.com. The bulls are back. This is free. It's always been free, always will be free. I break down the previous week, what to look forward to in the upcoming week. I give you that graphic of all the major earnings. Then I try to highlight the ones that I think you're going to care most about. I give you all these major macroeconomic events. I have the PCE report at 8:30 because that's when it normally is, but I do want to let you guys know that today it's actually at 10 a.m. and we have another event at 9:45. So at 9:45, we have a data drop. At 10 a.m., we have a data drop, which is just telling me that there's really no advantage to trading early in today's session. Tomorrow, to kick off the new month of May, we're going to be getting some manufacturing numbers. And then obviously the first Friday of a new calendar month, you're going to be getting the unemployment report. With respect to seasonality, oddly enough, even though the market is clearly diving right now, seasonality kind of called it out. On the screen right now, is a look at the hypothetical equity curve you would have if you bought at open, sold at close on the S&P 500 futures market on this individual day over the past 27 years, the better part of 3 decades. For the first roughly decade, the first 9 years, it was you'd be kind of break even. The first year you would have made $1,000, then given some back, then made something, given some back, then made something, given some back. And then about 10 years into it, so basically for the past 17 years, the bears really started to dominate. Now, over the past 27 years, the bulls have only won this day 38% of the time, which means that the bulls have won it the bulls have won it 38, which means the bears have won it 62. And if you were to buy it open, sell it closed, clearly your profit factor not so good, which means today, historically, no guarantee, but historically, this day has paid to be a bear, not to be a bull. And it is interesting that this little base metric that we have, it's already getting crushed. The other metric I saw was today, the final trading day of April. I'm trying to remember the exact odds for you. 9 out of the last 10 years, the final trading day of April. And remember, just because of the calendar, sometimes it could be the 30th, it could be the 29th, like that type of a thing. Sometimes it could even be the 28th, depending on how the calendar falls. But just looking at the final trading day of April over the past 10 years, it has been a bearish day 9 out of 10 times. 90% of the time, once again, over the past decade, the final trading day of April, it's actually paid to be a bear. Now, once again, is that something that you could bet the farm on? No, but it is kind of interesting to know those odds. It really is. And then just to start off the next month, Thursday, the first day of May, obviously a bit more bullish. And then Friday, a little bit more neutral, maybe also leaning bullish. So just wanted to share that info with you guys to feel a little bit more comfortable. Another thing you might want to take screenshots of are just these key levels of the day. Obviously, based on this pre-market action, I would say that maybe you want to focus more on these levels down here. Remember, upside gap fill, the bottom of the transition zone, key open interest level, key open interest level. So these are obviously the levels I'll be personally watching out of the gate. But right now, the 5, the 10, and the 30 are all bearish, and we have quite a distance to go for them to become potentially bullish. There is a scenario where the sell-off accelerates, and even the 4-hour starts to break down. Geez Louise, team. Geez Louise, what kind of freaking day are we going to have? Thus far, not a good one. Hang on, let me update this and see how all this open interest is looking. Here, let's go to the net OI. It doesn't appear as if Captain Condor is playing this. We have a call debit spread all the way up to 5,640, and then we have some, I guess, you have all this positive gamma. My big head's blocking it, but right below 5,400, it looks like somewhere between 5,380 and 5,365. We have some protective puts right here being sold. So ideally should protect the market, but that's where we have that positive gamma node. Obviously, the stability of the market today is very, very low. And we're already seeing that quite a bit in pre-market. Dude, this is getting brutalized, getting absolutely brutalized. And the pain might not be over. I'm getting much more nervous about this 10 a.m. announcement now, because if it comes in hot, if inflation comes in higher than expected, we might be cracking some real key levels. So just be careful. Obviously, be careful about all of this. In fact, this is so crazy. I want to know what they're saying. Are they interviewing anyone interesting right now? Who do we have here?
We got another pilot going where I said, look,
Starbucks share slide on Q2 miss.
Around the Starbucks
that's
brand.
Starbucks.
We got to move away from this idea of just production and task oriented to connection and craft in a great seat. And in the places where we've got that pilot going across 700 stores, again, seeing great response. Transactions are moving up, comp is moving up.
No shade to Starbucks, but when you have the entire market getting hit, I don't need to hear about that one individual company. What's Bloomberg up to?
To his tariff policies. We're going to have to wait and see. Of course, President Trump has previously said that he has no plans to dismiss Powell ahead of his term being up in May of 2026, even as his NEC director, Kevin Hassett, had suggested that they were studying the issue. But for now, it really does seem that the administration is trying to thread the needle here between saying, hold on, this is
the
all about
odds of a recession
growth,
in the U.S. surged to a high of 74%.
While also, of course, on the other end, I'll quickly note, trying to push forward that tax agenda. That's how President Trump ended his comments last night, saying tariff revenue will be included to include more tax cuts, be used as an offset, as Republicans in Washington today are getting started on working on that reconciliation package.
Tyler, we appreciate all of your reporting. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall.
Wow.
Now, it is the biggest week of the earnings season and what has become a historic April for markets. Let's get a check on results as a whole with Bloomberg's Alex Semenova. Today is a big day. We met on Microsoft and Apple and Amazon, as Katie calls it, the M's and then the A's.
Yes, makes it easy.
Way to remember it. How are investors setting up for these moments?
Yeah, so it's been obviously a very high-stakes earnings season. Looking back, actually, it's been pretty solid. About 43% of S&P 500 companies have reported results, and actually year-over-year growth stands at about 10% right now. That's above preseason estimates.
This is actually crazy. So when you're looking at GDP, you can break it up into the important subcomponents. We are negative exclusively because of Trump. Right here, GDP was negative because of only two components, which are effectively fully in Trump's control. Trade and imports subtracted 4.8% on tariff front running, and then government subtracted 0.25%, first negative government contribution since 2022. So government subtracted and trade import subtracted. Those together are that 5%. That right here that brought us all the way down. The two components, you're seeing it in real time. Now, obviously, I know some people in chat are now going to yell at me like, how could you say that Trump did? Well, he did do it. I don't know, but we have the exact numbers, folks. Don't fucking get mad at me. I'm the messenger. I'm not the one who made these decisions. But the exclusive reason why GDP missed is the two components are fully in Trump's control. Government contribution and trade imports. Those two together is exactly what brought us into this negative territory. Now, will it be detrimental in the long run? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But now, legitimately, we are seeing the bets being placed that there's about a 3 in 4 chance that we will be going into a recession this year, this calendar year. Golly, folks. The U.S. can't repay $36 trillion of debt. Here's what will happen instead. Zero DT straddle was 50 before. Now it's 75. Yeah, so we're blowing out the straddle. Wow. What a crazy situation. What a situation we got ourselves into. Trump is scheduled to speak twice today, first at 11 a.m. and then again at 4 p.m. So expect a busy news cycle. Okay, so this is getting even more interesting. On top of the fact that we've already had a crazy amount of news, we're already in a pretty tense situation. We know we're getting an inflation report at 10 a.m. Trump is now speaking at 11 a.m. and then again right at market close. So today is going to be a nuts day, an absolutely nuts day where it's probably not going to be that fun of just reading the option chain and doing smart plays. It seems like we're just going to have big whips. And if you can get on the right side of a move, you can make a lot of money. But it could also quickly go against you. And before you know it, you could be brutally on the wrong side of the move. Jesus. Man, oh man. Running right up to that 50 EMA on the daily. And we are just now getting smoked. We're in all the way up. Market said, nah, honey. And we're just diving right. We're actually now breaking this support we had here. Next stop might be 54.50. Of course, if we recover, then I'm watching 5,500, the upside gap fill. So that would be the 0 DTE day trade, scalp trade move to the upside. And then vice versa for the downside. We're talking 54.50. Wow. All right. So we have about 15-ish minutes till the casino officially opens on the day. So this is, I feel like, a good point as any for me to kind of ask you guys, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that this is a buy the dip event and things are getting weak? But we had 5 green days in a row. To be fair, yes, we are having a little bit of a waterfall right now. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 6 green days in a row. Not even 5. We had 6. 1, 2, 3. And we're now down kind of to just right where we were on Friday of last week. So yes, if you're zoomed into the short term, this looks bad. But by the time you take a step out to the daily chart, we are literally where we were on Friday. So it's not like this is some catastrophic breakdown on the daily, the weekly, or the monthly. Yes, if you're zoomed into whatever, the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 10 minute, it looks bad. But just to, I don't know, add a little bit of a calming voice here. Literally, we were at this value. In fact, we were at this value on Monday. We're trading literally at levels that we saw on Monday of this week. So like right now, if you're thinking, oh my God, this is so bad. Literally, we were here 2 days ago. Like, I think that's kind of an important thing to like understand here, is that we were here 2 days ago. We were here on Monday. We were here on Friday. And then if you go back to Thursday, in fact, we were over 100 points lower on Thursday of last week. So let's just, I guess, take this short-term zoomed-in price movement with a little bit of grain of salt, because we just know we have big ranges, and it was a 6-day pump, 6 days in a row. So, yeah, I would admit, if you're a short-term trader, that's pretty bad. But as soon as you're looking at the swing trade, you're like, we're actually not that off of where we were. Trump is talking right now. Hang on. What is this update? Trump, this is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. Okay, so he is saying that this is all Biden's fault, and I guess it has nothing to do with all the uncertainty and chaos and unknowns related to the trade war. That's just such a silly thing. It really is a silly thing to say. The reason GDP missed was exclusively because of the administration's recent decisions, specifically the two components of the government contribution and then trade imports. Those two sent it negative. The chance of a recession spiked up to 75%, and market is taking a hit. So to say that this right now is like due to Biden's influences, I mean, I guess the argument there would be Trump. I'm trying to say, like, hypothetically, if I was the PR team for the administration, how would I spin that? That it makes sense. Trump is forced to make these moves because Biden gave him such a shitty situation that like what he's enacting right now is only because Biden negotiated and implemented and sustained horrible trade deals. I guess is like how I would spin it, is that if I were Trump's team, I would say, yeah, our hand was forced because of the unsustainable path that we were given when we came into office. So I guess that's how I would spin it. So I don't know, like it feels like a bit of a reach if I'm being completely honest. And that's exactly why I'm not paid to be the PR team for the administration. But as much as we're seeing this craziness right now, yes, it could get worse. There's a very real path today down all the way to 5,450. And if that doesn't hold, we're talking 5,400. Yes, that is a very real non-0% chance path. On the other side, just because you're seeing red right now, that doesn't mean the day is going to be red. Especially within the retail space, you see this psychological phenomena known as anchoring and recency bias. So there's a lot of people who right now are looking at the pre-market trading and they're like, oh, it's red, it's bearish, which means today has to be red and bearish. That is not true. It is not true whatsoever. There's many counterexamples to that where you have pre-market updates that cause the market to go haywire in one direction, and then throughout the actual trading day, it's completely reverted and then some. So just because you're seeing red on the screen right now, and it does obviously right now in real time, things are bearish, it's not a guarantee that it holds, especially when we have other events. We have inflation report coming out at 10 a.m. If that is good, yeah, that could push us higher. We have the president speaking at 11 a.m. If he says something positive related to trade and the trade war and the tariffs and deals being made, that could be positive. Now, granted, you could also say, yeah, man, I get it. 10 a.m., 11 a.m., they could be positive. They could also be negative and causing us to go down more. My entire point in saying this is that just nothing is predestined here. So if you're going into this and you're like, it has to be bullish, it has to be bearish, be very careful with that thought process, because before you know it, you might be holding on to a bad position that's trending against you. So not only are you losing on that, but you also then might be missing out on a really good trade. So it's one of those things where you just got to when the market opens, we're going to check the price action, as in the structure, the momentum, and also the options flow. And just because we see bearishness now, it is not written in the stars that it has to continue that way. Of course it can, but I myself like to remind, I guess the community, my own trades, everything, that just because we see something going haywire in one direction, it doesn't have to hold. In fact, we don't even have to go back that far in trading history to realize all the times that things like this get reverted. So with it, just a sobering reminder that if you're zoomed in the short term, this seems bad. As soon as you look at the daily chart, in reality, we had 6 green days in a row, so just natural mean reversion makes a little bit of sense. And then in terms of active trading, just don't be married to one side or the other right now. It would be really, really silly, because at this point, we're already seeing conflicting information. The option structure is call dominated. It is bull dominated. Momentum in the shortest time frame is bear dominated. So those two things are already at odds. From a structural standpoint, we are at key support from the options market. Once again, right here, 5485, we have this upside gap fill. And then outside of all that, outside of price flow, price momentum, and the options world, we just have headline risk. We have legit headline risk at 10 a.m. and then again at 11 a.m. and then again at 4 p.m. And those are just the scheduled ones, because at any point in between, we might be getting an update generically from the administration on the trade war. We might be getting a random update of what in the world is going on with Pakistan and India. We might be getting a random update of what in the world is going on with Russia and Ukraine. At any moment, not even scheduled, those things could just pop off. So just be careful. Circuit breaker today, you're just being absurdly dramatic. Circuit breaker today, the market is down 1.3%, and you're wondering if we're going to have a circuit breaker. That's what, I don't know. As a trader, it is very, very beneficial to keep your emotions in check, because it's as soon as you become emotional that you start revenge trading, you get tilted, and that's all an emotion-based thing. So even that comment right there, a circuit breaker today, bro, we're not even close to a circuit breaker. Not even for us to get to a circuit breaker, we would have to go all the way down to 5,000. We'd have to break 5,200. We closed out the day at 5,560. Is it impossible? Obviously, it's not impossible. But the likelihood of a circuit breaker today, especially with all that positive gamma below us, no, that's just such an emotional doomsday type of craziness. And whatever, if you want to have that opinion, have that opinion. But in terms of trading, it's already that sense that you're extremely painting your bias on the day, which is not a good thing to do, because a lot of people get into these situations and they're like, oh, bearish circuit breaker, I'm seeing red bars. And then you, for whatever reason, ignore all data and trends, and you put on a bearish position. And obviously, if the market sells off, you feel like a genius and you're like, yeah, my bias was right. But what if in this situation, the market does go for the upside gap fill? What if we do get sucked up into that positive or the transition zone? What if the inflation report is good and then we go, and just because your bias is so strongly bearish, you refuse to admit the new trend. So not only are you blowing out on your bearish position, but then you're missing that nice upward trend. I think this is one of those things where you have to be humble enough to admit, be like, I don't know. Today could be bullish. It could be bearish. And that's pretty much every day. Of course, you can have statistical advantages here and there, and you could have an edge that maybe you take advantage of whenever it presents itself. But I see too much anchoring already. I see too much of a recency bias already, especially with extreme commentary like that, like a circuit breaker. No, dude, circuit breaker, not going to happen. Matt, that sounds like cope. I'm trying to help people not cope. I'm trying to remind everyone that come in and understand that this, as easily as, yes, it could sell off, it could easily pump. And this is one of those things that you literally have to be humble enough to say, yeah, I'm probably not good enough at this to have a bias that I'm going to stick to regardless. I'm trying to do the opposite and help people to not cope here and just be like, hey, okay, cool. We don't know what the hell is going on. Let's just wait. Calm, cool, collected. That is the way to approach this. To come in emotional and be like, it has to be a dip here and we're buying it. It has to be a sell-off and we're just going to sell, and the market's going to crater. No, don't Don't marry either of those concepts. Don't marry either of those thought processes. This is a day where you're going to say, you know what? Things are a little bit crazy. They're a little bit choppy. Let things play out. I honestly, truly, truly believe that is the best thing you could do is just say, hey, man, I have no fucking clue what's going on today. I'm coming in. I'm going to be calm. I'm going to be cool. I'm going to pay attention to the news. I'm going to wait for those setups. I'm going to look for the flow and just also understand that if everything's choppy, if options are telling you one thing and price momentum is telling you another thing and price structure is doing a completely different thing, it's okay to not trade. Like if you're not seeing that setup that you love, okay, cool, whatever. If you need a trading day on something like Apex, do a quick scalp trade, something like that, like not a scalp trade, a scratch trade, just in, out, you get your trading day in. And if you don't see that setup that you love, it's okay. It is completely okay. Like, I think it feels like my job today is going to be much more of keeping everyone's emotions, just like the emotional train on the tracks, and just remind everyone, yo, chill, calm down. Like, first, folks, the move we just saw, I'm actually a little bit surprised that I'm seeing so much like worked up emotional people in chat right now. The move we just saw 3 weeks ago, we were getting those moves in a minute. And this is playing out now over the better part of an hour. And you're freaking out like it's D-Day. Like literally these moves we were seeing in a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes a couple weeks ago. Like this 1%, 2%, 3% move, we were seeing that within 5 minutes not that long ago. And now that you're seeing it play out over an hour and it's after a 6 green day move and yet everyone's freaking out, just chill. Just chill. It's gonna be okay, folks. This is feels like it's quickly becoming a kumbaya like hand-holding session. Folks, you're gonna live. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, we got some negative news this morning. GDP got clocked. Not good. Market went down. Does that mean that we're going to vomit today? No. I'm actually really surprised people are like circuit breaker. Oh, fuck, man. What were you guys eating this morning? A fucking a bowl of Oreos? Like, come on, man. Like, we just have all these negative Nancy's in here today. Just chill. Just chill. Matt just gave the market a blue chew and it'll be a strong bowl. Yeah, maybe the market needs a blue chew out of the game. But all I can tell you is I'm playing it from level to level to level. I have these levels marked out for a reason. I'll be paying attention to them. Right now, we successfully recaptured this. So I'm looking for 5485 to be support. I'm looking for us to potentially test 5,500 key psychological level. It is at the start of the transition zone. And then I should also note that we have the upside gap filled to yesterday's low at 5506. If we hit that today, which there's a very, very high odds chance of it. Think about how much unnecessary freaking out everyone's doing. Literally, we might hit that, which would mean that we're at the price range that we saw yesterday. As in, we're within that range. Like, it's just, I don't know, people are freaking out. Chill. By the time the SPY gets above 548.55, by the time the Qs recapture 469.59, we're literally just at prices we saw yesterday. Like, as in just yesterday. Gonna be all right. And if we get rejected there, yeah, maybe on that downturn, especially if the options market agrees with it, might be time to play that on whatever time frame you care about the most, because technically on the daily chart, it is a breakdown. We had higher highs, higher lows, and we were clearly taking out that low. So yeah, this might be a reversal. Or it might just be a quick tap of 81. That's the high that we saw from the 9th. We tap that and we go. I think a lot of it is not going to be able to be predicted. I think a lot of today, you just have to wait for that 10 a.m. announcement and then most likely also wait for the 11 a.m. announcement from Trump. So we have an inflation report, the PCE, the personal consumption expenditure report coming out at 10 a.m. And then at 11 a.m., we have the president making some form of commentary. So chill. You can make money as a bull. You can make money as a bear. Bulls and bears eat. Hogs get slaughtered. Just protect your risk. If you think you can catch a nice trend on whatever time frame you care about, highly recommend putting your stop at break even or better as quickly as you reasonably can. And then from there, if you catch a trend, you catch a trend. And if not, that's what the game of fishing is. As long as you can keep your losses really, really small, or ideally break even, you can cash your lure all day. And you just need one to hit for you to make a good bag on the day. And then as soon as you do that, just move on with your life. Just move on with your life. Very quickly, do I have this set up? I do. I just wanted to show you where I'm at. So yesterday I ended up making $600 per account. That was the net situation. I think at the start of the day I was at 4.2. Now I'm at 4.8 per account. So this is the 5th trading day. Day 1 I made $3,000. Day 2 I made $3,000. Day 3 I lost 1.8. Day 4 I made 600. So this is day 5. So the net situation is I'm up just below 5K per account. I have 3 winning days, 1 losing day. My 2 best winning days are tied at $3,000. My worst losing day, which was only 1 occurrence, was a loss of 1.8. And then yesterday was a day that was awkwardly in the middle, which was a gain of about 600. So today's day 5 of these accounts. Like I said, I'm up about $5,000 per account. I have 25 accounts, so that's just below $125,000. So I'm probably up about 120 grand roughly in the past 4 trading days. 3 winning days, 1 losing day. Yesterday, even though it was a winning day, I was trading poorly. I was over trading. I tried to I guess just like force things to be there that were simply not there. So what I'm attempting to do is maybe be a bit more calm today and like execute higher quality trades. And in all reality, on a day like today, if I can just get 1 trade, make my $1,000, that's kind of like my goal on the day. And on that particular note, dingity ding ding ding, the world's largest casino is now open. Play responsibly, and if not, have fun. It's not like you're going to take it with you when you go. All right, let's see how things open up. If you were just joining in right now, first of all, demerit, you are very, very late for the show. But more important than that is I need to remind you that we have a very important inflation report coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern, so 30 minutes into the trading day. And on top of that, we actually have a different report coming out at 9:45. So for me, I truly don't see what your advantage, your edge would be trading before that. So for me, I'm just going to wait. We're going to see how these levels play out. Like I said, here, let me go to the 1 minute. Just so you can see what's going on here. We opened up at this key level of 5,500. We quickly puked to my next level at 5,485. Let's see if this holds or breaks. Are we going to overshoot it and then come right back up and maybe get this upside gap fill? Or are we just going to vomit all the way down to my next level at 5,450? If I just had to randomly guess right now, I would bet that there's a better chance of a reversion to reevaluate 5,500. But once again, it doesn't really matter because I am not playing it. All I can tell you is that we are on the south side of the transition zone, which on a 0 DTE basis means that the bears are in control. If we pump into it, this is more of the neutral choppy zone. And then obviously on top of it, which seems like a low likelihood today, that's where the bulls are in control. So right now we are in that bearish territory, but not that far away from more of like the choppy BS, like indecisive zone. Happy 49. Shout out, Camille. Cheers to you and everyone watching. Can't believe it's been over 4 years now. You've shared a lot of market wisdom and always appreciate your transparency. Keep doing God's work, my friend. Shout out, Camille. You're always one of the most optimistic, good vibes people. Happy that you've been here so long. A genuine person and a great add to the community. Camille, what a man. What a man. What a guy. Guy's guy. All right, here's a look at the options flow thus far out of the gate. Apparently we are just thinking the Mag 7 slightly down, the S&P 500 also seemingly trending down. But once again, that's based on 2 minutes worth of data. So let's just chill. Chill. I can already, from pre-market, I can sense that there's a lot of people freaking out for no good reason. Just take a chill pill. Trump equals the final boss market maker. Yeah, I mean, the GDP number is, arguably from his decisions. And that would be a very, very strong argument. Now, like I said, if it was PR, the way I would contort it is I'd be like, well, he was forced to do this because he was given such a poor situation, and this is the only way to salvage it. That's how I would spin it. But this idea, his comment that this is Biden's stock market, that's simply not true. That is something that he could have said in January or February, but we're about to start May. Overall GDP was down, but net exports were down 4.8. That's crazy. Yeah, that's like a direct impact from this trade war right now, like without a doubt. Without a doubt, that is a direct cause of the trade war. Folks, if you haven't already, I would truly appreciate it if you could smash that like button. It does help get this video, this show, this stream in front of other people who might be as degenerate as we are. So obviously it doesn't cost you anything. And I know it's annoying to ask you. I know it's annoying to remind you, but it would truly, truly help me out if you guys could take one quick second out of your day to absolutely murder, unalive, do whatever you need to, but smash that like button. Break your mouse in half for all I care. Break it in thirds, break it in fourths, get crazy with it. In all reality, it's just a net add. It's a net benefit. If you break your mouse by hitting the like button, excuse me, not only does it benefit the show because the likes go up, the engagements go up, and it gets promoted to more people, but then if you have a broken mouse, it's going to stop you from trading today. And this feels like a day where over trading is going to be a death sentence. So it's a net win for everyone. It's a net win for everyone. So I appreciate that. What do we have going on here? Never mind. The Democrats blame Trump for 4 straight years, but Trump only gets 100 days. Well, I'm saying neither. I think you should be more open to both sides being a little bit silly about this whole thing. I think just be realistic. There's some aspects of what Trump is saying is true, and there's some aspects of what Trump is saying is not true. Same thing with Biden. Folks, this black and white world of everyone on one side, everyone thinks everything they do is perfectly great, and there's nothing at their feet, their cause. That's so silly. Folks, we live in the gray area. Trump has done good things. Trump has done bad things. Biden has done good things. Biden has done bad things. And then it's up to you in your research to see which one is outweighing the other one. And a lot of that's going to be subjective in your opinion on how things should be run. But this black and white world of oh, no, everything Trump does is great and every misstep is someone else's fault. That's silly. And you could say that rightfully so for Biden. It's just how this world works, folks. This idea that the person you like, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, but this idea of the person you like doing everything perfectly good and any misstep is not their fault. It means you're a fucking child. It means truly you are a child. Absolutely you are a child, and you have done zero research if you think you're on the side of my side is perfect and never does anything wrong. We're talking about the U.S. government, one of the most notorious, corrupt, just inefficient piece of shit organizations that has ever existed. And you think that just out of the two options you have, the side you're on is the one that is just, nope, they haven't done anything wrong. I'm on the good side. The other side's the evil side. Yo, grow the fuck up. It's the U.S. government. It's much more of, remember, they want you guys spun up this particular way. It's much more of the government versus the average person rather than you picking the right side of the government. As the government loves it when you look at it this way of my side's the right side. No. It is much more, they're together. The government's good. Trust me, if you look at things like the insider trading, it's left and right. If you look at the amount of pockets being lined from lobbyists, it's left and right. If you look at the government as a whole, they are all using the system, sucking off the system to enrich themselves and their family. This isn't a left versus a right thing. This is very much, they have the power and they love it because you're never going to question the power they have as long as you're spun up fighting of my side's the right side. As soon as you really come to that realization, it's kind of keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. That's what you're doing. Yeah, whatever. I implore you guys to cast your vote, to do your research, and to pick a situation that you think is better for you and your family. But to think that your side of the political aisle truly has your back, fuck, man. I know you guys were born at night, but I didn't know you were born last night. Holy shit, grow the fuck up. You really think that your side of the aisle cares about you? Oh man, they really want me to do better. The fuck they do. Dude, everything they say is to get more votes, to get more power, to get more money, to get more influence. Do you know how many firms are out there running polls for them right now in real time saying this polls better, this doesn't poll better, you got to say this, you got to say that? Do you really think any politician out there is actually oh man, what could I do today that's in the best interest of my constituents? They will shove that down your throat and they're going to tell you that day in and day out. But if you don't think that there's some sort of either power, financial incentive, as in power to get reelected, votes, sway, influence, or just purely financial to get more dollars, whether it's for their campaign, whether it's for their own banking account, whether it's for whatever. Like, holy shit, wake the fuck up, dude. Wake up. As it becomes more common for the average person to get caught up in this battle of my side of the aisle is the right one, I truly believe you're missing the overall picture that no. All of government is on one side, and we happen to be on the complete opposite side, and we have this really, really strange relationship with them. But don't get buffaloed into thinking that your side is the right side and the other side is like perfectly the wrong side. Both sides have done incredibly stupid stuff. Both sides have actually done good stuff. Like we live in that gray area. If you're approaching not just politics, but life in this black and white thing, you're going to be missing the majority, which is that in-between gray area. I did hear about reinstating the Columbus trade route. I thought you said Colombia. That's how I first read it, and I thought you were talking about like reestablishing like the cocaine trade. And I was excited for a second there for you to see where this conversation was going to go, but apparently you're talking about Columbus's trade route. And I'm by no means a historian, but I don't think Columbus was dealing in cocaine. So we gotta. You got me all excited for no reason. Just keeping the plebs fighting each other and they will not look at us. Yeah. There goes Matt using common sense again. And yet, when I say that stuff, I piss off both sides. I guarantee you right now, I could check my DMs from that little rant that I just ripped this morning. And I'm going to have people who are clearly left-leaning. I'm going to have people who are clearly right-leaning. And they're going to be like, oh, how the fuck could you say that about my side? Listen, motherfuckers, I'm making fun of both sides. So whatever, like, I don't know. Like, people just love to play it from their own house so hard. And they just can't admit. They can't admit that, unfortunately, we're not being given quality decisions. We're just not. But anyway, a rant a day keeps the doctor away. And if anything, a rant a day keeps one bad trade decision away, because I do not want to be involved in this right now. Ooh, that's not so good. S&P 500 Delta getting rocked. Mag 7 Delta getting rocked. Obviously, we are trending lower highs, lower lows, momentum, bearish. With respect to key levels, we are literally at my next key level. So 1, 2, 3. We opened up at 1, we puked, we retested the other one that I have laid out, and we're about to hit my next one. Folks, this is not rocket surgery. If you want to know how to do this, we talk about it in the Discord all of the time. And more important than that is you just have to know how to read the option chain. You just have to know where you see big open interest. You have to know, are they opening calls, closing calls? Are they long? Are they short? Same thing on the put side. And before you do that, then you can start to track down the positive gamma nodes and the influence of delta and gamma and theta. And before you know it, you're able to call out these levels as perfectly as we effectively do every single day in here. Remember, my framework of the market is I care about the pivotal levels, and then in between those zones, I just don't care. Right here, we're at a key level. I watch it like all I do. And generally throughout the day, I just have a bunch of alerts on my computer, and I just want to know when we're within an important range. And then when we get there, I watch to see, okay, do we reverse in a bullish fashion or do we continue in a bearish fashion? And obviously that's through the lens of what's going on today. Sometimes I have hopes based on my current position of if I want it to bounce or break. But in reality, the way to do it is you come to a key level and then you just awkwardly sit there and wait for something to happen. Do you bounce or do you break? If you bounce, cool. Look for a recovery all the way up to 5485. If you break down, then we're actually talking about 5425. That is going to be the next level of the day. For some reason, I must have deleted it when I was marking things out. This is the next level. So if this doesn't hold, we're looking for 25 points down. If we start to bounce here, we're looking for a 35-point bounce. It's that simple. You just wait wait to see if the momentum is continuing or wait to see if the momentum is turning back around. And there's a couple ways to look at momentum. Of course, you could look at pure price action. You could look at the option flow, which is not looking good right now. Obviously, you could check these levels. I do want to remind you that we have a massive positive gamma node down here at 5370. Definitely something of interest, definitely something of note. Let me go over to the GEX, the 0DTE GEX. You can see this massive positive gamma up here at 5,500. You have some negative gamma right here where we're at now, so that could cause things to speed up. And then you have more positive gamma just below 5,400. So if things get bad today, that is seemingly the level we'll be going to all the way down here. 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute bearish, 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute bearish. Yes, the daily chart is seemingly reversing. We took out the low from Monday. We took out the low from Friday. And then for us to take out the low from Thursday, that would involve the market getting all the way down to this positive gamma zone that we see right here. So interestingly enough, the options market, the positive gamma influence is aligning with a technical structure. And if in the off chance that something gets really bad, there is now a downside gap fill to 5309. So I just want to call that out to everyone. VIX is picking up. It's up 15%. It's the only green thing on my watch list right now. It looks like we're not really getting that breakdown. Looks like the market's trying to make a decision at 5,450, which makes sense because we have a lot of long puts to that area. So as you have those long puts, well, they go in the money. Their delta goes to 50. So it's for now time for those put players to decide, do they want to take their money off the table as they go from out of the money to in the money, or do they want to keep riding? And as of right now, you have a little bit of profit taking. You see how the Mag 7 is starting to pick up? That's a hallmark sign of some profit taking, but it's actually just on the Mag 7. The S&P 500, it's still looking pretty brutal. So be careful. Be careful. And I should let you know that a report's coming out right now. What is the report? Chicago PMI, I want to say. Chicago PMI just came out 44.6. The expectation was 45.9. So we missed. 3 misses in a row today. Let's hope that the next one is not a miss as well, because if inflation comes in hot, if it comes in higher than expected, we're probably going to have a really rough day. But that one comes out at 10 a.m. So coming out at 10 a.m. I'm waiting till then. Of course, if you're trying to trade before that, yeah, good luck. I hope you crush it. I hope you make a shitload of money. But it's just knowing the trading streak that I've been on recently, it is just not my day. We have Tesla down 6%. We have coin down 4%. Today is getting bad. End the Fed, end the IRS. I agree. We should just go to pure anarchy. Just pure, no government. We should have no institutions whatsoever. And the Fed and IRS and colleges and universities and the medical system. And let's just end it all. Let's just go back to being like just farmers, like just little family units of farmers. Let's just all become strawberry farmers. I'm right there with you. Let's get rid of it. Let's end the stock market. Let's just end it all, dude. Pure anarchy. Matt, do you ever use RSI divergence with price? Nope. I think it's a little silly because it's different from time frame to time frame. So because of that, you have to backtest it on that specific time frame for that specific underlining to know if you have a particular edge, because you wouldn't generically use that on everything. You wouldn't. Wrong take, Matt? No, I think it's the right take. I think end it all. And end education and the government and IRS. Like let's just go back to being farmers, living in a cave. Why not? Matt, 100 people versus one gorilla, who is winning? I'd say 100 people. That's a lot of people. Well, people, are you talking grown men? Or is it just going to be 100 people that generically represent, let's say, the distribution of the U.S.? Like, if you're involving women and kids, no, the gorilla is winning. If you're talking about 100 grown men, I think the 100 grown men win. But if you include women and children in that, no, if anything, that would just become a weapon for the gorilla. It would literally just become a weapon for them. they'd be launching a little 6-year-old as a missile at the grown men, so they can't even get close to him. All right, potential little bottoming right here. See how the market's fighting at 54.50. It's almost as if this level was important. Oh man, I just wish someone called this out beforehand. Like, if only there were a guy, if only there were a show, if only there were a free financial market breakdown that called out the key levels that the market might react to. Does that exist? Does anyone know? Like, out there? Like, is there anyone in there? And ideally, he's handsome. I'm picturing like a brunette, chiseled jawline, a guy who's maybe a little too obsessed with the stair stepper. But like, that's the character I want. But does that show exist? Is there a person out there who the guy is just an 11 out of 10, nothing but pure sex appeal, and on top of that, he's a rocket surgeon who just like tells you the key levels of the day? Like, is that a thing? Because like, I would watch that show. Like, if it were me, if I were you guys, if it were me and I were a trader, I would be doing that. Handsome. Matt's out. Thank you, Tom. Tom from MySpace. 100 gorillas versus one Chuck Norris. Oh, I definitely give it to the one Chuck Norris. Guess the puts aren't printing. Well, they were printing for a good chunk there from 35 to 43. Matt, I got to learn options. I watch you every day and I'm a holder, not a trader. Well, I would only recommend becoming a trader if you want to start hating life. Very honestly. Like, if I would say you guys should you should consider becoming a trader if things in your life are going too well. If you're like, I have too much money, my marriage is too stable. My kids like me too much. I'm too active and present in my friend's life, my kid's life. I'm an active participant in my marriage. You go to the gym a lot. You don't have suicidal ideation. I would say if those things are weighing on you too much, if you're like, oh, just like life is too great, that is when you should consider becoming a trader. If you're like, I just need a real challenge. I want to be able to pick myself off rock bottom when I get a divorce and my kids hate me and my bank account's in the negative. If that's the challenge you're looking for in your life, that's when you should consider trading. But I don't know. Some people like good life. I don't know. Some people like hanging out with their kids and their wife and going to the gym. But for those of you who want like a serious challenge, just because life, like if you're playing life on easy mode and you're like, nah, this is stupid, I just want to fuck everything up, then that's when you should consider trading. I have no respect for people crying about rigged stocks. Absolute dumb fuckery. Okay. I appreciate you sharing your concepts on where your respects do or don't lie. That is, this is a safe space. You're able to share those types of feelings. So thank you for sharing with the group. Thank you for sharing with the group. What does your wife do for a living? My completely real wife, who's from Canada, and because of that, that's why you guys don't see her or anything like that. She does Canadian stuff. She is the country's 14th largest maple syrup exporter. She comes from a long line of tree tappers. She is deep into the maple syrup mafia, and it is brutal. It's brutal. I've seen her actually asphyxiate some of her competition in a 55-gallon barrel of maple syrup. You know how like the mob and the mafia, they'll put you in like some acid and your body breaks down and before you know it, you're at the bottom of the ocean. That's what the maple syrup mafia does, except it's not acid, it's not oil, it's not coke, it's straight up maple syrup. You're just actually drowning in a very viscous substance. It's crazy. Oh, haha. Syrup is a gangster business. Well, it looks like we're getting some form of a technical breakdown here. I would normally want to take this, except I want to wait for this 10 a.m. announcement. But from a purely technical, didactic standpoint, dude, we are hitting it with the SAT words today. We are really fucking, I hit you guys with myriad, plethora, didactic. What, like, you guys, if there's a kid in the audience, stop going to school. Just listen to this show, and before you know it, you're going to ace your SAT. You're learning the math side of statistics. You're learning all the great words. And for the essay writing part, you could write about deranged influencers and how social media is warping the entire mindset of multiple generations. You literally are getting everything you need in here. You really, really are. So I would highly recommend you guys just quit school. School's for losers. School is for losers. U.S.-Ukraine draft negotiations progressing. Potential military draft related to Ukraine-Russia war could be announced within weeks. Rumor is she's in social media. Probably someone really, really famous. She's really famous in the maple syrup industry. Well, Tesla is breaking down. That's not so good. And we also have this technical breakdown in price, and we have options diving. That would have been a good trade. 951, the 951 breakdown. This little butte right here. Obviously, I did not take the trade because I am trying to be a reformed, degenerate trader. But right here, 951, 952. This little breakdown, you could be short somewhere between, I don't know, 70 and 80, somewhere in this zone. You could risk either that 93, you could risk 15. Yeah, nice little trend line breakdown in alignment with a lot else going on. And if you're short at 80, maybe you're targeting 30 or 20, get a quick 1,000, maybe 1,200, something like that down here. Nice trade. I mean, I like that setup. Obviously, I don't know how it's going to play out. I'm not playing it exclusively because I'm waiting for this inflation report to come out in about 6 minutes. But let's just say we didn't know anything about the announcements or the time of the day. If we were just literally looking at structure, we puke, we bounce, the bounce seems to fail. You're taking that breakdown. Your risk is either this spike high or this spike high. On the puke, yeah, could be one nice one. Like I said, I'm not going to take it because it feels like the PCE, the personal consumption expenditure report, coming out in 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. It's kind of a binary thing, and I'm not taking it because of that, but just talking about structures here. Just talking about structures, and surprise, surprise, we are, guess what? Just right at this key level. Is it going to bounce? Is it not going to bounce? You tell me. My two ex-wives' occupations are to collect money from me. Shout out, Paul. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have to pay alimony your entire life, or does that also stop when, I guess, like your kid costs also stops, like your child care? Or does alimony just go on for like ever? Like, is there ever does it last a decade? Does it last 2 decades? How long do you have to do alimony payments for? Is it actually endless? Dude, if it's endless, that seems like a fucking sham. You missed Rick and Becky and should have been ashamed. Well, when they remarry. So as soon as they're married again. I mean, if you're paying them a lot, that would be an advantage, and just be like, yeah, I'm with this person, but I'm not legally married. So do people do that? Do they intentionally not get legally married so they can keep collecting their alimony from their rich ex? Is that a thing? Like, does that, I assume that happens, right? Where like you might be with a new person, but let's just say that the new person doesn't nearly make as much money. So why not at that point? Just be like, yeah, no, cool. We'll have the ceremony and everything. Just don't legally get married and whatever. Like, you're still collecting money. You're with the new person. That's crazy. Court ordered usually half the time of the marriage. Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know that shit goes on. Like I said, that was a good trade, and it actually already hit that target. That you could be out. You could already make your grand. If you're trading on 20 accounts, if you're trading on 25 accounts, congrats, you already made your 20 grand. You already made your 25 grand. That worked out beautifully. Short somewhere in here, 70, 80, doesn't really matter. We already overshot it. You would have made your money for sure. Take it, and you're actually already done before the inflation report. Damn, that was a good trade. A little retest, even better one here at 70. ride that sucker down to 20. You get your 50 points, you make your $1,000, and you move on. Damn, that was a good one. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Obviously, I did not take it because I'm waiting for this other. Actually, speaking of that, I should probably get Rick ready to rip here on CNBC. Oh, recession fears are spiking. All right. I have this up just so you guys know. The expectation for year over year is 2.6% for the core PCE, month over month 0.1. So 2.6 and 0.1 are the lines in the sand for core PCE, as in taking out food and energy. Of course, there's also headline PCE year over year and month over month. But I have this going. So hopefully our boy Rick is the one reporting, and we're going to find out very, very shortly. We have about a minute and a half. Dude, that trade, beautiful. If you're trend following, you could move your stop all the way up to 34. And if you catch it, you catch it. And if it bounces, whatever. You made a good chunk. You made somewhere between $800 or more per account on that one little trade. Dude, that worked out beautifully. Beautifully. I didn't even have my account set up properly. Good thing I double checked. What a trade that was. What a freaking trade that was. All right, let's wait and see. So you have the S&P 500, fresh delta low of the day. Mag 7, fresh delta low of the day. Options are going down. Momentum down. 4 hours actually potentially legit breaking down on the NASDAQ right here. And then the same thing with the S&P 500. Damn. We're hanging out at the price lows, the delta lows, and momentum is favoring the bears. All right, we have about 10 seconds until this goes. I do have it. You're going to hear it as soon as they're on a commercial break right now, but we're most likely going to see it in price first. Right here, we're going to see it. All right, a little bit of a push to the downside, a little bit of a push. Oh, we're pushing up. Must have come out at expectation. A little bit of a pop-up.
Good Wednesday morning and welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are under pressure this morning. We do have some weaker data, which we'll talk about. GDP, ADP. We'll get PCE in a moment. The S&P 500 giving back
came out at expectation. Oh, actually, month over month coming in a bit cooler. So finally, something that wasn't horrible.
Take a look at treasuries as we await.
Yeah, that's what the pops from. Inflation coming in cooler than expected. Finally, a positive piece of news.
Negative GDP number.
The question is it going to hold?
What bonds are doing in just a moment, but Dow's down about 714 points as we speak. We're 30 minutes here into the trading session.
Why do they cite the Dow? That's so silly.
I was going to show you that they're buying bonds. Yields are lower, except for on the long end. Three big movers that we're watching.
Technical breakout on the SPY.
Plunging after issuing weak preliminary guidance as they point to, quote, delayed customer
Technical
decisions.
breakout on the Qs as well.
Now
on this pump.
75%
Will
off their
it
all-time
hold?
high seen last March. Number of consumer food and beverage names on the move after results
SPY
of
Delta
Starbucks,
picking up.
Mondelez, Yum Brands,
Mag
Newell
7
Brands,
grinding
and more.
up.
Starbucks the biggest loser after an earnings and revenue miss. And results out of two Dow components as well this morning. Caterpillar reports lower sales driven by weak
we are
volumes
right
and
back
pricing.
to this key level.
CAT issuing two outlook scenarios, one with and one without tariff impacts. While Visa beat estimates on, quote, resilient consumer spending. So some mixed messages there.
Big morning for economic data and even more crossing the tape. Let's get back to Rick Santelli.
Here's our boy Rick.
Yes, Carl, indeed. Now, there's a lot of components here, so I'm going to go slow. Personal income and spending for March, income up a bit better than expected.
I want to see it take out 61, because if so, that sets up a test of back to 85.
Downgraded, but only by a 10. So 0.7, nice back-to-back numbers. On the spending side, also better than expected, up 0.7. And in the rearview mirror, an upgrade from 0.4 to up 0.5% on spending. Real spending adjusted for inflation, up 0.7, up 0.7. That's the best number since Jan of 23. Now let's get into it. PCE, month over month, unchanged as expected. In the rearview mirror, we do pop from 0.3 to up 4.
Will this breakout
which
hold?
makes zero look maybe that much better. Now, if we look at PCE year over year, up 2.3. That's
Delta's
just a
flat.
smidge warmer than expected.
Mag
But
7 is actually
last month's
tilting back down.
2.5 moved up to 2.7, now down to 2.3. That is indeed good news. Now, if we look at the month over month on the core PCE, that was expected to be up 1/10 to 2/10.
SPY's trying to grind up.
We pop 1/10 in the rearview mirror.
Will
from
it
up
be able to
4/10
hold 50?
Up 5/10, and finally,
Or are we just putting in
the
another
number
lower
7
high?
component, maybe the most important on the inflation front, PCE core year over year. Last month, it was 2.8. That moved up to 3%. New reading, 2.6, exactly as expected. That would be the lowest
Awkward
reading going
indecision
all the way
zone
back
right here.
to, believe it or not, March of 21. Now, it doesn't end there. Let's quickly look at home sales from a pending home sales perspective. This is the month of March. 6.1% on pending home sales month over month. That is a powerful number, much stronger than expected, the best since Dece of 23. And finally, that's month over month. Let's take a year over year perspective. Down 1/10. Now, that doesn't sound good, but believe it or not, that's still the strongest number since Nova of last year. We've had some big negative numbers. Interest rates have
Mag
had a lot
7
of
is looking
movement
weak.
today, but maybe the most important
SPY
thing
was
is
trying
with
to grind
GDP, when those big inflation numbers hit, rates popped up. As equity started to show a lot of red, interest rates were very responsive, and you turned a bit lower. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. With all that data, Rick Santelli. At the GDP number, let's just hit that first because Rick mentioned it, and that'll get a lot of attention, coming in at negative 0.3%, worse than the negative 0.2. You see a negative number. You say, what's going on with the economy? The truth is, and I know Peter Navarro talked about this as well, there are
Maybe
some
bouncing off the 4 hour here.
that are not as
Both
worrisome.
ES and NQ are at the 4 hour 50
instance,
EMA.
Exports were
Lower
the
right of
big
your screen.
drag on growth because of all the front loading ahead of the tariffs. And so that subtracted, a few percentage points there.
So we pumped
Obviously, that's
on
not
that
necessarily
lower than
going to be
expected
repeatable
inflation,
and not some
and
sort of
now
sign
we're
of underlying
indecisive.
demand
Do we want to go
because
up? Do we want to
happened
go down?
as
Market has not
everyone's
decided.
trying to export ahead of the
SPY
tariffs.
Delta's
The other big
trying to
factor
grind
that
up,
dragged on
while the
growth
Mag
was government
7
spending.
is
And this
flat,
something the
kind of
administration has
down.
wanted to see. Growth away from the private, into the private sector, away from the public sector. So we did get that drag on growth from government spending. If you look at the sort of underlying economy and what we learned about the consumer, which is the most important part of the economy, not bad, 1.8% growth. It was still weaker than it's been, but better than economists had forecast. Another gauge of underlying demand showed some growth because of business equipment purchases. Those were the fastest since 2020. So overall, you can extrapolate that we're coming from a weaker spot as we go into the impact of tariffs. But a lot of it is, of course, these sort of one-off factors. As far as ADP,
maybe inverse
private sector
shoulder,
jobs,
head, shoulder.
that was weaker than expected, 62,000. Government jobs on Friday is going to be more important on that front. And as Rick said, it was the PCE deflator, which comes out in that quarterly GDP number, which I think surprised people, which was a little bit elevated and higher about having to worry again about this stagflation thing. Remember, it's a bad combo, stagflation. Slower growth, higher inflation. I think we need more evidence. This first quarter was a little funky, but that's a market worry, David, on top of a market that's been pretty resilient in the last few sessions.
It certainly has. Is there a way to normalize sort of what exports and imports would have been otherwise?
Not really.
I mean, it's hard to do, right? You can't
Hard
really
to figure out.
how much
Order
is actually
submitted.
true pull forward versus just demand or...
No, but we do know net exports subtracted 5 percentage points from GDP. That is the most on record. So pretty unusual, I would say.
5 percentage points.
Yes.
Okay.
From GDP. That's a huge amount, right?
All right, we're letting it rock. I'm using a pretty tight stop. I'm using a pretty tight profit target. This is not your boy trying to do some sort of crazy trend following type of day. For me, I'm just saying, okay, cool. We battled it out at 5,450. We overshot it a little. We bounced. We puked. Then we got that good report at 10 a.m. We popped up to it. I waited for a little bit of a pullback, and it seems to be wanting to fight. So I'm betting on just basically breaking out of this 10.02 high, and I'm looking for a test of the 9.49 high. That's the bet. Like I said, this is not something that I'm absolutely in love with. In fact, it looks like I might get clocked right here. I'm literally just using this recent swing low. It's about a 30, 40 point risk. I'm not risking much on this trade just because I fully recognize that it's nothing crazy. So I'm not trying to do some sort of like big brain call out. I'm just thinking, hey, maybe support does come in at 5,450. And then if we lose it, as in taking out the recent low, honestly, do I want to switch sides if that were to happen? That would be a nice technical breakdown. But anyway, so we had the pump on the news and then we're range bound. This is just kind of a bet of like, which way will we break? I'm a little bit biased on the break to the upside just because the news was legitimately good. We got lower than expected inflation. But just in case I'm wrong, that's exactly what I'm risking, just this recent low, because pretty much flipping a coin here. Like I said, in the very short term, I'm just looking for a little scalp trade up to the upside, 50, 51 points. If I can hit that today, I am done. Today is not a day where my edge and my systems and my bots do well. So if I can lock in my 50 points, make my $1,000, I am going to be happy as a clam. I'm going to take my money. I'm going to shut shit down and say thank you. And I'll come back tomorrow because today, it's a counter trend trade, obviously. The counter trend trade, 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute are bearish. 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute are bearish. In a weird way, I'm trying to catch a falling knife. It's a mean reversion trade. I don't do well with mean reversion trades. So I'm taking a stab at it. I'm literally just trying to see if the market follows through on the lower than expected inflation report. And 90, by the time we get up to 15, 20, I might even move my stop to break even just to risk nothing and just basically say, hey, I just want to see 15 get hit. Did 15 get hit? I'm just worried about this high over here. I'm worried about a double rejection at that level. So if it can push that, whatever this high was here at 9, okay, cool. We just pushed it. Riskless trade. Your boy's either making nothing, zilch, nada, goose egg, or I'm making 25K. And then I'm done. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. The risk is gone. That's what I most care about, and I cannot stress that enough in environments like this. What I mostly care about is, can I just minimize my risk? So yeah, I could take this money right now, and that's basically what I made yesterday, except yesterday I had to trade a gazillion times and it was hyper stressful. So I could just take it, or like I said, I'm just going for my 50 points. That's what I've decided to do today because there's a lot of mismatch. I'm not seeing things aligning for a nice trend following trade. So if I don't see things aligning for a nice trend following trade, I'm just going more for my measured profit target. And if I can get that, great. And if it just turns right here, it's going to suck. But I'm not losing anything. I'm not losing anything. I'm hoping 200 can hold as support. I'd actually much prefer that it had just pumped all the way up here, and it's coming for me. Stop it. Dude, why can't the market just grow up? Just grow up. Get away from me. Get away. Get out of here. Go on. Get out of here. Bow. Get out of there. Go. Get out. Go. Get out of here. Keep going. I don't even care. I just want to see it hit 40, lock in my money, and I move on with my life. Just keep going. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get away from me. You pervert. Yup. Don't touch my stop. Don't you touch it. Don't you touch it. Don't you touch my stop. Go. Go, 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 go. Come on. This has to work. I am the best trader on this side of the Mississippi. It has to work. It's predestined. It's preordained. It's written in the stars. This has to work. If only I entered it a little bit better, I could have already made my money and I could have had my target at this previous high. Seemingly struggling at the previous high. I just need basically the bet is this. It's for the SPX to get right back up to where we were at 949. That should roughly be enough for me to get my profit here on the NASDAQ. Come on. Not the biggest fan of the S&P 500 Delta dropping. That is not what I want to see right now. Come on, just a little bit of a push. I'm not even asking for much. Just a little bit of a push. I'm not even being greedy with some big play. Folks, I don't like how today's setting up. I don't like all the mix match in the options flow, in the price flow, in the price structure, in the price momentum. I'm basically catching a falling knife. We know the president's speaking twice today. We know there could be a random announcement related to the trade war. We know there could be a random announcement related to Russia, Ukraine. We know there could be a random announcement related to India, Pakistan. There's just too much headline risk. And to be fair, I did take all my risk off the table. I want to be very clear about this, that I'm either going for 25 grand or I'm just going to be at where I started. So of course I would love to hit that 25 grand. I just want to get in. I want to get out. I want to make my money. Come on. I'm not trying to do anything fancy schmancy today. By no means is your boy trying to do a fancy schmancy thing. I'm just trying to get about 50 points, make about 25K. I don't even think, here we go. This one's for America. This one's for the old red, white, and blue. Come on. No. How close was that? It was a point away. Come on. Hey. Bada bing, bada boom. Chef's kiss. You saw it done live. 25 grand. I made 1 grand on 25 different accounts, 20 Apex, 5 take profit. Folks, I'm telling you, on a day like today, here's what you do. You come to your orders tab, you cancel all orders. Then you double check that you don't have any other pending orders, any other craziness. You turn off your copier. Folks, I'm giving away the biggest pro tip of the day right now. Like right now, I am giving you the biggest pro tip. You lock in your 25K. Cool. You come to your orders. You make sure that they are all successfully canceled. You go over to your Eurythmic. You highlight them all. You say, cool, pull working orders and exit positions. All right, that's all done. You exit out of that. You say, thank you, konnichiwa, whatever the fuck you want to say, and you exit out. Just like I'm giving you that's the biggest pro tip. Literally what I just did in front of all of your faces. You just make the money. You make it and you shut it the fuck down. Today is not a good day, folks. It's not a good day. This isn't one of those days where everything's lining up and we're getting that good trend and we're ripping. It's just not there. Look at it. The Delta's beat up. The Mag 7's beat up. Maybe later in the day it becomes one of those amazing days. But based on the current information, it's not like we're opening up and we just have a beautiful trend day. If anything, this is maybe we reverse, but also maybe we freaking don't. I don't know. It was enough of a reversal for me to make $25,000. Dude, when you make a fucking car in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, when you make an actual car for about 10 minutes worth of work in a crazy setup, in a crazy situation, you have to like be humble enough to be like, dude, kind of got lucky there. Thank you. Peace. See you later. That's what you got to do. You got to spend the rest of your day fishing for digital shrimp on OSRS. You got to do whatever you can to just kind of stay away from the craziness, from the insanity. Yeah, pay attention to these key levels. Like I said, I was just looking for that fresh high. Could have got rejected there, could have puked. We could follow through. And actually, I do think at this point, we're going to be going up to 5485. Not only is that the high from 935, but it is the key open interest level. So like I said, I looked at this key level. I was betting on the breakout. Scared me a little bit at 1007. Then I was lucky at 1008. We got the follow through. We hit that previous high. I took my money. If you're riding, I would definitely set a break even and maybe you could ride it up to 85, but I just don't like the setup. The Mag 7 looks a little weird. We came off a Delta low. Looking at the S&P 500, same thing, Delta low. This isn't that nice ripping day where everything's just going in one direction or the other. It's a kind of a pain in the ass mismatch type of a day. So I just made my money and just, you got to have that humbleness to know those days to shut it the fuck down. And in all reality, on the life of these accounts, this was my 5th trading day on these accounts. I don't know if I've had the humbleness to do what I just did. Day 1, I was cocky. I made 3K. Day 2, I was even more cocky and I made another 3K. Day 3, I was stupid and I overtraded. And at one point I was down 4 and I ended up losing 1.8. Yesterday, I was up 2K, overtraded, only made 600. And in all of those events, they were all like mental slogs. They were all big fights. And at a certain point, there was a lot of luck because I kept coming back for another bite of the apple, and it eventually worked out. Obviously, it was net ahead, but the other situation is doing what I just did. Cool. Now I'm done for the day. I'm done. Like I literally made one trade, made the money, and I'm done. Done. It's just like I don't know, reviewing all of my trades over the past week or two, it's just generally I could have been much, much better off by just being done on that first trade and moving on instead of pissing away so much time in the middle of the day, giving back money. It's only a crazy person that would say, yes, I want less money and I want a lot more stress and I want to do a lot more trades. It's just, granted, and there's something about it because you're like, well, hang on, like it's FOMO. It's literally the definition of FOMO of you're like, oh, wait, like, but what if there is a better opportunity? Maybe there's a better opportunity, but like out of all days where you think there might be a beautiful trend, do you think this fucking setup right here, look at that delta flow. We puked, we bounced, we're puking again. That's not a nice flow. The Mag 7, it puked, try to bounce, going flat. Look at, like, I was bullish and yet the 5 minute, 10 minute, and 30 minute are all bearish. 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute are all bearish. Maybe we bounce here. Maybe we break here. I have no clue. I think it's, I know the stat at this on 1 point, but it's in the realm of 10-ish%, maybe 15-ish% of days are those nice, beautiful trend following days. And which means if you're trading every single day for that big trend, statistically, you're not on the right side of things because those happen maybe once every 2 weeks, maybe every week and a half. And you have to kind of almost train yourself to not only identify those days where we have that potential setup for that nice, beautiful, easy trend following day. Once again, it happens about once every 2 weeks. Other than that, I'm of the opinion it's better just to go in, minimize your risk as quickly as you can and hit your target and move on. And maybe you want to do a portion of like some vol-based thing like ATR, maybe you want to do a measured move, whatever it is, whatever's your favorite. But I mean, being hypercritical of my recent trading performance, dude, I'm not trading lights out. This is not the time for me to be like, yo, I'm going to fucking ride it and just keep going. And granted, if I rode this, I'd be up even more money. Well, granted, I shut it down, so I can't even see how much money I'd be up. Where did I do it? I got out at, what was my target? 30. I got out all the way back here. That's where I got out. I would be up another 30 points. I'd be up another $600 right now. So instead of being up 1K, I'd be up 1.6. That would look good. But once again, I'm doing a trade that I don't like. 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute are all bearish. 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute are all bearish. The options flow is kind of recovering. The SPY is kind of recovering. It's still a bet though. And like I said, I'm not trading lights out. I haven't been like absolutely annihilating it. So if it keeps going, great. Yeah, the woulda, coulda, shoulda, you wish you held, whatever, boo-hoo. But folks, I want to be in this game for the easy layup trades. I don't want to be Stephen Curry ripping it from half court for the buzzer beater. I want to be Shaq in practice right below the rim where I could just reach my hand up and drop it in it. Right now, if it keeps going and you're in this trade, I'm not saying it's not going to stop. I hope it works for you. I hope you make a shitload of money. I'd be watching 5485. I'd be watching 5,500. I'd be watching the upside gap fill at 5506. Yeah, those are 1, 2, 3. Those are the levels I'd watch. But for me and my performance and the fact that I have to get to 8 trading days anyway, the fact that I have to get to $10,000 in profit anyway, cool. $1,000, lock it in, move in with my life. So anyway, if you want to trade with someone else's money the way I just did, I have 20 Apex accounts and 5 take profit. The code Goonie will work on both, but the reason I'm talking about Apex right now is the current 80% off deal. It does end in 15 hours. So basically today is your final day to get that 80% off, and then you never know what the next deal is going to be. They might be taking a break and might go down to 50% or only 71% off. So if you're interested in Apex, use that code Goonie. Personally, as you guys saw, I use Rhythmic. Wealth Charts is new. Rhythmic and Tradeovate, you have to use Rhythmic, or if you want to trade on a Mac or want to check your positions on your phone, use Tradeovate. If you're just trading on a PC, Rhythmic is fine. I haven't used Wealth Charts, so that's kind of the difference between the data plans. I use the 50K. That's the most popular, followed by the 150. 50K and 150K are the two most popular ones. 50K and 150. I use the 50. I'm more comfortable with it. But all those people who get those massive payouts, like the 1 mil, 2 mil, those types of payouts, they're generally using the 150. I just personally feel most comfortable with the 50K, just to let you guys know the differences between those two. I use the 50K, as we talked about earlier today, really easy to pass those tests. You just wait for a high vol environment, max contracts, and then you just try to get lucky on the right side of the movement. That is only acceptable for passing the eval. If you do that on a performance account, they will not pay you out. They will not pay you out. So I just do it to be more time efficient to go from eval to funded, but it is not cost efficient because you're kind of doubling up the amount of accounts that you really have to buy if you're trading well. So I go for more time efficiency than cost efficiency, but once again, that's a personal decision. I'm trying to think of anything else that you guys need to know. Oh, and then obviously pay attention to all the sub rules of like trading for 8 days, 30% consistency, 50% risk, or the 5-to-1 risk to reward, like that type of stuff. You definitely have to pay attention with. But right now for futures sim to funded, the two I use are Take Profit and Apex. I would strongly argue those are the two best in the game right now. There are other somewhat popular ones. I don't get why they're so popular, especially if they have a DLL rule, a daily loss limit. In my opinion, and I think all the math would back this up, daily loss limit rules are very, very predatory. It is completely... It's just so brutal. If you ever try to trade with a DLL, a daily loss limit, it is just, they slowly but surely kneecap you until you blow out your accounts. I think from just a pure math standpoint, especially in the heightened vol environment, daily loss limits are, I think, absurdly predatory. Someone yesterday had a pretty insightful comment of, hey, I don't like it when it's instilled on me, but they like doing it for themselves, like their own rules. I like that. But I'm saying when it's forced upon you from the firm, I think it's very, very predatory. Very, very predatory. So I personally avoid all of the ones that have daily loss limits, which for the longest time Take Profit did, and then they got rid of about a month or two ago, maybe 2 months ago. And ever since then, I've actually had a really enjoyable time. A really, really enjoyable time on it. If I have a PA and want to add a couple more accounts that go through eval, can I still copy trade? Yep, of course. Please stand. You can even copy trade on accounts from different firms. Like I was copy trading this morning on my Apex and my Take Profit together. All these companies seem shady. To be honest, you shouldn't be trading unless you got money to burn. Well, this is a way to trade with less money. That's a personal opinion of if they seem shady. And yes, some of them are shady. Some of them are scam artists. And then some of them are legit. But that's no difference from any other business world. Within any business sector, you find shady shops, shady businesses, shady firms, and then you find real legit ones. So if you're saying because there are some messed up which ones, like within this in sim to funded, I fully agree with you. Yeah, there's messed up ones, so stay away from them. Apex is being sued, so skip them. Wait, you're saying you would avoid a company because they're being sued? So by that logic, what? You never use Walmart, you never use Amazon, you never, like any major company in this world, you never use Google? You're on YouTube right now. What kind of stupid fucking idea is that? They're being sued, so don't use them. Do you realize anyone could be sued? Like, dude, I swear, some of this commentary, bro, did you fucking think, like, did your neurons actually work in your brain before, like, saying anything? Like, if we did a brain scan of your skull before you said that, did a single fucking neuron fire? Did one fucking fire? I don't think so. I think we would see darkness. I think we would see outer space. I think we would just see an abyss that, nope, you just type something out and not a single fucking neuron in your brain fired. Skip it because it's being sued. If you applied that to your life, like actually, you would not be using anything. You wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't be on YouTube. Do you know how many times YouTube's been sued? Do you know how many times Google's been sued? Do you know how many times Walmart's been sued? Amazon? Any of these? Holy shit, dude. You might want to use your right to remain silent. You're a fucking idiot. I'm going to use my constitutional right of free speech to let you know that you're actually a retard. How about that? Put that one in the court doc, you know? Let's have the stenographer read that one back. I would like it to be publicly stated time and time again that I actually think you're retarded. Like, I think you are mentally slow is where I'm going to go. Yeah, that will be my official commentary. God damn. Every single day, you feel like we've hit max stupidity in just this world in a general sense. And then someone always, they got to up it. They're like, it's almost like the David Goggins of being stupid. You're like, no, I got it. More. I just got to put in the work. I got to grind it out. I got to go to another level. I could take it to the next level. Jesus. Fucking so stupid. Anyway, for everyone else who has a functioning brainstem and whose mother didn't abuse the bottle when they were pregnant with you, for everyone else involved, yeah, there are scam firms. There's also legit firms. Man, some people, these people are just so shill. Fuck, dude. I've never been called that before. How will I sleep at night? Oh, yeah. I'll sleep on the 25 grand I just made. I forgot about that. I could probably buy myself 25 nice mattresses. Here I was so I was so worried. Oh, man, called a shill on the internet. How am I going to sleep? How would I possibly get rest tonight? Oh, yeah. I made $25,000. It's actually going to be relatively simple for me to sleep tonight. Like, god damn. I forgot about that. I like, for a second there, you probably saw it. Panic on my face. Like, oh, man, not going to be able to sleep. I was called a shill on the internet in the finance industry. What will I ever do? Oh, 25 grand in 10 minutes worth of work. Oh, okay. Just make sure to wipe your tears with the 25 G's. Yeah, I'll have to just, hopefully it's in ones and not in 100s, because I'm just going to need more bills to continue to wipe my tears. How does it feel to be named a defendant on a lawsuit against Daryl Martin, Apex Trader Funding? A bird told me your name was added this morning. Have fun with that. Oh, I'm fucking scared. What a fucking pussy. Since you asked me a question, can I ask you a question? You asked me, how does it feel to be named a defendant on a lawsuit? How does it feel to be a giant fucking gaping pussy? And I'm curious, was it because, like, was it something in your adult life that happened? Like, did you grow up and realize that, like, an incel wasn't just something you read about, that in fact you were, like, actually living that life, and like all of a sudden if you crack open a dictionary there was a picture of you? Or was it more in your youth when your parents willfully admitted to your face that they don't like you? Was it in the school system where you had no friends and you were that weird kid by themselves? Like, at what point did it go off the rails for you? Was it in your youth when your parents to your face said, like, you're kind of fucking worthless? Was it in school where you weren't good at sports, you weren't smart, so all of a sudden you were just self-ostracized? Was it later in college when you were the living definition of an incel? Or is it now as an adult when you realized that you had actually nothing to society? So, like, or did like one lead into another? I'm really, really curious. So feel free. This isn't rhetorical. Like, I would love like your actual feedback here. Did it stack up? Like, did you just build up the momentum? Or was there an event that you're like, oh, I'm just an incel? Like, was it good to a certain point, or did it start off low? Like, I'm just so curious of how, at whatever age you are, you have like the stunted psychosocial development of an absolute gaping fucking pussy. Where was it? Not rhetorical. I think not only would I love this, but I think the entire audience actually wants the answer. Please, like, just... this is honestly for posterity. This is, at this point, we just want to know to put it down in the books. You know, like, we just got to get this in a good psychology book, so like, we're all trying to learn for the betterment of society. It was about the time I met your mom. I think, did we Did we lose them? Did we? I think we lost them. Awkward. Awkward. All right, we are back up to this level. Don't be surprised if there's kind of a smack and a pullback here. Remember, 5485 is a key open interest level. I would love this continuation to not only test the intraday high, but the massively important open interest level and key psychological level of 5,500. This would be my main watch right now, but please don't be surprised if we have a little bit of profit taking at this point. That's a nice rally. We went from 35 to 85. That's a 50-point rally. That's a $5 rally in the SPY from 10 a.m. to 10. That's a 30-minute 50-point rally. So please don't be surprised, but I want to be more clear about this. I think at this point, the market's a little bit more interested of the various reasons why you would watch 5,500. Intraday high, the start of the transition zone, key technical level, key psychological level, key open interest level. So I would say watching 5,500. I think we lost them. Teach him, Matt, the way. No, this game is not for everyone. Some people are just literally don't have what you need, whether it's from the intellectual standpoint, brain power, IQ, or emotional standpoint, EQ. Trading is not for everyone. In fact, trading is not for most people. And I could tell you from a mile away, that dipshit is not going to make it in trading. What's up, Matt? Did you read my chat, bro? Thanks. And I watched. What's up, Matt? You didn't read my chat. I'm reading this chat. Probably smarter to just repost the same chat. I don't see a different one. Sorry, man. I don't see another one. That's the only one I'm seeing. It was a dumb question. What was the question? Matt, I noticed you sold one contract on your trade, but if you put in one contract, it's only one account, but you trade one contract and it went to your account. Yeah, I use a trade copier. So what I do in one account is copied to 24 other accounts. So on one account, I bought a contract, then I sold that contract, and the trade was copied to 24 other accounts. So I trade one lead account, and then everything that happens in that account is copied to, right now, 24 other accounts. So I use a trade copier. If I buy your channel, will you teach me, Matt? If you buy my channel, you couldn't afford my channel. So no. Would be whoever said it was a dumb question, that you were right. It was in fact a dumb question. If I buy your channel, will you teach me? I guarantee you couldn't afford buying this channel. Copy trading, if you have multiple accounts, you need to set up copy trade on settings. Yeah, I mean, it's a piece of software that you buy, and mine's directly on NinjaTrader. There are other ways to do it depending on where you choose to trade, but mine is an add-on to NinjaTrader. So I bought a piece of software, you get whatever licenses for it, you load it up, and you go from there. He's asking about your Discord, not your channel. I mean, there is a Discord and I teach people in there. I don't know if it's appropriate for you. If you're referring to the Discord, yeah, there is a Discord and there's a lot of great traders in there, a lot of great info and a lot of great discussion. But if your question is more of, do I do like one-on-one teaching, one-on-one mentoring? No, I don't. Most of the day, midday, we just have good conversations with everyone in the Discord. So whoever's in there, there's written channels, there's voice channels. That's where I spend most of the day. But if your question is about one-on-one mentoring, I don't do it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of scam bots out there who use my likeness, and it's like my picture that they steal from the internet and then a name very similar to mine. So they're hoping people don't catch it, and they offer it. And like, I'll take you under my wing. It's not me. I do not offer one-on-one teaching. I do not offer personal mentoring. So if you're getting messages or something like that of like, I'll copy trade for you, or like, there's a specialty group that you could get in. It's not me. It's a scam. I do not do, I'm not DMing people. I'm not offering one-on-one services. I'm not offering copy trading. It's not me. So if you're seeing that, if you're hearing that, if you're getting a message about it, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. And if you think it is me, the very quick workaround there is ask them what my favorite order at Texas Roadhouse is. And if the bot doesn't respond with a half rack of ribs, you know it's not me. That's the secret password, folks. If you think you're talking to me, but you're like a little bit dubious of it, ask them what my favorite meal is at Texas Roadhouse. Like, just do that. That's the easiest way to know if, like, hey, what's going on there? And just be like, what's your favorite? Matt, what's in your Discord, like video step by step? There are pre-recorded videos from a bit ago of just answering. Well, there's a lot. There's some about systematic trading. There's some about options, various ones about options. There's some about just the stats, facts, and figures of the overall market. So there's a lot of videos in there. There is every single morning I do a breakdown of what I'm looking for in the market. Then there's a Piper signal, which is not really a signal as into trade, but it more helps you like understand the bias of the day. Like, is the bias of the day bullish or bearish? And ideally, you would implement that with your own trading system. Then I post all my trades. I post my day trades. I post my swing trades. Other people post their trades. It's just a trading community. But remember, when you sign up, if you use that code Goonie, the first month is free. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, is it for me or not? Just test drive it for a month. And if you like it, great, stick. And if it's not for you, just make sure to cancel your account within the month and you never charge anything. There's probably stuff in there that like I forget about, but I don't know. That's why I do the first month free, because I don't want anyone to feel like they got. Isn't there some sort of accreditation that is required for teaching about the market? No, that seems like a clear violation of free speech. You could say and do whatever the fuck you want, dude. We have free speech. See nothing. He doesn't want to talk about Apex anymore because he knows they are ripping people off. I thought you were gone, dude. Did you expect me to talk about Apex for 2 hours straight? I'm literally answering other questions and we're talking about the market and I'm calling out the key levels. I thought you went to go cry by yourself in a dark, sad fucking corner, which is so symbolically representative of your life. You like, wow, you're actually a lot more retarded than I thought you were. For a second there, I felt bad because I just completely fried you like so incredibly hard. But I'm almost starting to think that you might be an outlier here. Maybe I didn't do enough, because your question is, because I'm not still talking about Apex, you think I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? I made 25 grand. Sign up for it. 80% off. If you want to sign up in spite of this fucking retard, that's awesome. I would make even more money. Quickie with your mom. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was actually just talking to my mom a couple weeks ago, and she actually has a no micro penis rule. Like, it's a strict rule in her life. So unfortunately, that would discount you from this situation. She said something about quote unquote little nubs bother her. Sorry. Like, that's not even me. That's just her rule. And I guess I don't know what to do about it, but my apologies. There's a tough fucking break, a tough break for you. I asked you 3 questions and you ignore them. Yeah, because you're the only one in chat. You're the only one asking questions. You're the only one paying attention. I'm sorry, dude. This should just be called the Matt and J.I. show. Fucking sue me for talking to other people. Like, dude, I'm so sorry. Like, to everyone else in chat, could you actually just shut the fuck up? J.I. had a question, and apparently his insights and his thoughts and what's going on in his brain is so much more important than yours. So, like, if you're tuning into this right now, you should just stop and shut the fuck up, because J.I. had questions, and God forbid we don't fucking acknowledge what J.I. has to say. So, yeah, guys, seriously, the fact that you thought this was for you, like, what's wrong with you? You thought you guys were allowed to have commentary and thoughts and insights and allowed to ask questions? Oh my God, dude. What? It's honestly really selfish of you to possibly say something and have questions when J.I. had something on his mind. Dude, this guy is so... Like, truly... I've met people with like actual like hardcore autism that have better self-control than this fucking retard. It's actually, to this point, it's jaw-dropping of how fucking dumb this guy, like, what happened, dude? Like, what in the world possibly happened that your brain just stopped developing when you were 4 fucking years old? I'm sorry, Jay. Yeah, you guys should apologize to J.I. I mean, this is his show. It's just his questions. It's his inputs. Like, holy shit, dude. You know, before of how I said there's like no, like, I was kind of arguing the point that a lot of politics is like we live in the gray area, and yet we're kind of like tricked and bamboozled into looking at it as if it were black and white, and like everyone just gets fired up. I honestly think that left or right, you could be the most extreme leftist lib, or you could be the most extreme MAGA lover in the world. I think the one unifying thing is that we could all agree that the people who behave in the way that this fucking dipshit does, J.I., that we're just better off without you, man. Like, seriously, you add nothing. You're the worst kind of person. You think you're smart. You think you're the center of attention. You think everyone needs to bend over at your women call. Like, you think you are that guy. And it's one thing to have main character syndrome if you're like a person who even has a fighting shot to be that guy in whatever your domain is. But there's nothing more sad than seeing a pathetic fucking loser, nothing going for you. People don't want to be around you. People don't like you. You sound like a dipshit. Your brain is working at the level of a 5-year-old, and yet you have main character syndrome. There's nothing worse than that, than people who think they are the guy, who are so extremely far away from it that I assume you were just not only dropped as a child, but I assume your mom just fucking bashed your head off the wall and it just didn't work. It just did not work. Why am I so bothered? In all reality, you're going to be watching me from the bleachers for the remainder of your life. And after today, you will never cross my brain again. Like, this is your 15 minutes of fame, which is sad because your 15 minutes of fame is on my show. Out of all the chances in the world for you to have 15 minutes of fame, it's here where everyone is just lighting you up, myself included. Here's how it's going to go. After this, I'm not going to ever think of you again. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, making a shitload of money, living an awesome life with a really, really cool cat, and you're still going to be a pathetic fucking loser. J.I. equals a paid actor. I trade on Tradevate Group because I'm guessing that's completely different thing than copy trading. If so, can you? I don't know what Tradevate Group trade is. And Big Mike, I should also clarify that you're not allowed to ask questions because apparently J.I. is the only one who's allowed to ask questions. But for real though, I don't know what group. I don't know what that is. So I use Apex Trade Copier. I'm not saying that's the best. I'm not saying that's the worst. I'm just letting you know what I use and it works for me. Probably because you know Daryl Martin BJ is over. Who the fuck are you, dude? This sounds like a guy who's just so fucking bad at trading and he's so angry about it that like he like wants to blame someone else. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Matt, you didn't mention your really cool wife. Not only is she really cool, but she's real. She's like really real. Like, she's a real person. Do you have any swing positions? Yes, I do. You guys ever be in school and the teacher loses their shit on the one student and the rest of the class just sits in silence out of anxiety? That's what this is. I thought we were done with it. I thought we were honestly back to answering other questions, talking about the breakout points, these key levels. Surprise, surprise. Called it out once, called it out a second time, called it out a third time, called these levels out, kind of undershot it, took the recovery at 10, played. I honestly thought we were back to having like a normal, useful, educational discussion about the market and what to look for and answering questions about Apex. And it's just like this little fucking cockroach of a human being just won't shut the fuck up. Having the cat is what most people are jealous about, dude. JI is an example of stupidity. Who's the cook, Matt? You or her? She's a far better cook, but because both of our schedules, we actually use this service called Cook Unity. I'm by no means sponsored by them. I have no affiliation with them. But Cook Unity is by far the best food service. Like the way there is Factor, the way there is, I don't know, Blue Apron, the way there is whatever, all those, like that entire world. Cook Unity is great. So if you're in the market, or if you're like, hey, man, I'm too busy to cook and I just want some good food for like a pretty affordable price, Cook Unity is great. It really, really is. So over the past couple weeks, past couple months, we just literally use Cook Unity. And she's totally a maple syrup mafia queen and a Texas. Dude, I wish she owned a Texas Roadhouse. I wish. Where are you getting those key levels from? I am getting them from reading the open interest on the market. So I use tools like Spot Gamma, literally just reading the open interest. It's not like someone doesn't give me those levels. I literally do every single morning ask anyone in the Discord, every single morning about an hour before the market opens, I do a full breakdown of the key levels of the day. So where do I get them from? I do an analysis of the option chain and figure out, well, not just the option chain. On top of that, I do a technical analysis. So my key levels are a combination of technical analysis and option chain analysis. And then putting those two things together are how I get all the key levels. And every single morning, about an hour before the market opens, I put it in there for everyone in the Discord. Net open interest or just open interest, those are the same thing. I guess I'm a little confused. I don't know how you're differentiating net open interest or just open interest. Open interest is like, oh, you're saying net between calls and puts. Okay, sorry. I was thinking about like one side of the chain. I assume because you said Spot Gamma, and I know on Spot Gamma you can see the call and the put side. No. Sorry, my confusion was from the point I look at the puts and the calls separately. So in my mind, open interest is net open interest. I think you're using net in the way of the difference between the calls and the puts on that strike, which is a fair way to look at it. Sorry, I look at it independently. I want to know where all the calls are. I want to know where all the puts are. And then I suppose the way you're using net, the difference, I assume you're saying the net difference between calls and puts on that particular strike. Yeah, I'll use that. Spot Gamma is a bit expensive. Yeah, because it's a really good service. They know what they have. And in reality, you have to look at it like a business. Do you make more money using it than what it costs? Spot Gamma, I don't know. I think I pay $1,000 or $2,000 for it for a year. I did the yearly annual plan, and today alone, using that tool of seeing where we started to bounce and then seeing this, and then right here specifically this 10-20 bounce, I made 25 grand on it. So like literally in one day of properly using it, it paid for itself. So I would think about it truly just like a business decision. If you're investing that money, is there more return than that money that you're spending? The way I use Spot Gamma, I get more of a reward. So yeah, I use it. But I think that's the best way to think about it. You go online and talk yourself into being the butthurt trader that has nothing better to do than troll. Kick rocks. Your comment is duly noted. We're going to get that up to corporate. We'll make sure to file that with HR, and we'll get back to you in 3 to 4 business days on that one. Also, quick question. Do you want me to film a video of kicking rocks, or do you just is a written statement good enough that it's done? You should stomp JI in some ugly ass Rick owned shoes. Also, have you ever heard that the Dub Copy Trader app on Robinhood and co-founder backed? Haven't heard of it. I'll look into it. Just hasn't come across my desk. Hasn't come across my desk. I'll have to check that out. Damn. The HR department is not happy. This is gonna take a minute. There's quite the backlog, honestly. After the past couple shows. Fucking dude, some people are so fucking dumb. That comment, it wasn't for me. Well, I already filed it with HR. Do you want me to go to HR and say that complaint wasn't against me? It's going to be awkward. Honestly, it's going to be causing more issues if I go to HR and be like, that comment for me to kick rocks was not for me. And it was someone like, dude, you guys are really putting me in a legitimate HR bind right now. And I'd like you guys to appreciate what's going on. Like, the HR department, they're gonna get so pissed at me, guys. Just stop. All right. We're still at this level. Seems like we're about to break out. Next logical target is 5,500. From there, you have the upside gap fill play to 5,506. Has this AI version of Matt always been this beta? Are you saying I'm AI? Have you calculated how much percentage did you up in a year? My options account is up about 100%. My futures account is up about 900%. And that's what I trade. I trade futures and options. And my stock account, I don't even look at my stock account. That's just my long-term investment account. So I might be close to break even on my long-term investment account because I bought the dip. So by the time I'm averaging out, I'm probably slightly red if I have to guess, but options trading, I'm up about 100% net after the first quarter, roughly. I was up about 300%, but April was rough for me. And then, futures somewhere between, I think, 800 or 900% return, roughly. But year's not over. Year is not over. Trust me, I have a unique ability to give that all back. So we're going to find out. What stocks are in your long-term account? Oh, just the classic blue chips, tech stocks, and the overall market, and some Bitcoin. Actually, am I up on my crypto? That's a good question. I have crypto as well. I forgot about that one. I just kind of sit on Bitcoin. But I mine some Bitcoin, so I don't really know how to count that because I'd have to look at like the electricity costs and how much I spend on electricity and that type of stuff. But I'm in a Bitcoin mining pool thing. So it's not like I have it in my studio or my apartment. I'm just part of a Bitcoin mining pool. So I would have to run the numbers on it. I think I'm up. I mean, Bitcoin's sitting at 94,000, so I would assume I'm up, but I really don't check it on my crypto or my stock holdings that often. I'm day trading futures. I'm kind of swing trading options, and that's just kind of where it's at. Remember that one time you were an eggplant for the entire stream? Yeah, that's back when life was enjoyable. And now look at us. Do you own Supermicro? No. I don't know why I would own that stock. It is a very, very suspect company. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in and companies are starting to move into the U.S. in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. This will take a while and nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us bad numbers. And when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient. If you say so, brother. If you say so. This is Trump's stock market, January 29th. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's, April 30th. So we're playing the old rippity-doo-dah, the old razzle-dazzle, going backwards in times. That's pretty bad. This is the Trump stock market. This is Biden's stock market. Oh, how your own comments come back to hurt you. How your own comments hurt you. Well, I'm very much sitting here wishing I held that entire time. Where would I be at? Oh, I was in at 200 and something or other. I'd be up another grand. I'd be up $2,000 right now. I'd be up a full 100 points. Well, that's a bummer. Almost. I'd be up 90 points. I think I was long at 39, I want to say. No. 39 was my exit. Are we up a whole nother 100 points? Yeah, I would be up 2K. Fuck, dude. Wait a second. No, I'd be up another 2K right now. Yeah, because I got out at 239. I'd be up another $2,000 right now if I just held and held. That's going to be a painful one. That one's going to go down in the negative memory space for sure. Granted, it would have been painful to hold through all this, but I could have just held it break even the entire time and just toughed it out. But I still think I made the right play in all reality. I mean, this is looking weird. At the point that I got out, it was kind of over here. Obviously, I didn't know which way it was going to trend. So this could have dumped on a moment's notice. Looking at the Mag 7, like, once again, I was getting out roughly there. I didn't see this. And even that's a bit scary. The Mag 7 hit, and it's just basing. It's just not seeing that nice follow through. In terms of price, though, 5,500, 5,506 are the key, like, very evident levels to watch. Is this Trump speech going to be live streamed? Because if so, I could stay with all of you guys for a hot second. Is it? Well, I found one of these. They're just awkwardly. Is the white? I just want to see if there's another stream. Sometimes there's some audio issues. I just want to see if I can find a secondary. If not, maybe this will work live. Is this it? No. Okay. White House cabinet meeting. This is the mainstream I can find. Yeah, it's from Fox. Are they ripping it?
Cost of eggs, and we've seen consumer confidence this week have a sharp drop.
Before they're on the bubble, you got to have Elon.
This is from a while ago, I think. Yeah, they started streaming 2 hours ago, so that one's not the right one. The AP with Hakeem Jeffries. What is this one? I guess this is the right stream. I'm being told that. Let me just double check the White House schedule. White House schedule today. Let's just see. Let's just see. 11 a.m. The president participates in a cabinet meeting. All right. So cabinet meeting, cabinet room, White House press pool. So I think this is right. All right. If he starts, if it starts on time, we should be getting going like right about now. The other audio that was just playing, I think, was a bit earlier. So let's just see. Let's see. I was about to sit down, but the little micro panther is sleeping on the chair right now. How are you doing? Do you want to come trade? Dude, she is knocked out. Hang on. Oh, always feels bad to disrupt a little kitty. Always feels bad, but I think she's already passed out. Are you asleep? Yeah, she's already asleep again. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's asleep. We're just waiting on this, waiting for it to get going. Nice little pump there. All right, we just got an alert. Last day of April. What in the world are we actually doing today? All right, that's in there. If you're in the Discord, Piper just fired for bias on the day and confidence on bias. What is this one? This is CNN. I don't think this is the right one. This seems like an old one because it started hours ago. It was scheduled for 11, so it doesn't make sense that he would have been talking for actually hours. I think the CNN one is old. Do we have any information here? Started streaming and it says file. I don't think that that's right because this other one, it's scheduled for 11 and it's just 11 now, so it doesn't really make sense that it'd be 3 hours. That doesn't seem like the right one. What is this one? This is CNBC. Yeah, and theirs hasn't even started yet for 4:30. So, okay, if you're looking at the CNN one, I believe it's a cabinet meeting. I just don't think it's this cabinet meeting. I am using that on Tradevate currently, but I also have to trade on all accounts, meaning I have 20 accounts. I have to trade 20 contracts, one per account, but Matt traded just one. Yeah, get a copy trader. Big Mike, just go buy a copy trader and then install it. I use I think if you go to apexinvesting.com or something like that, I just use the Apex copy trader. Like, that's your issues. You don't have a copy trader set up. 5-minute is trying to test bullish. 10-minute is still far away. 30 minutes still far away. 4 hours holding bullish. So the 5 and the 10 are or the 5 and the 4 hour are bullish. The 10 and the 30 are a little bit suspect. And we're just coming up to this key level, watching 5,005. If we can get back above it, the bulls are still in control. But as of right now, it's a little bit questionable. Matt, what are your favorite EMAs to use? I'm sure you've answered this a million times. It wasn't paying attention. I just use the pivot ribbon, which is like 5 different EMAs put together. So if you just search pivot ribbon, that's all this is. This is colorized EMA. So it's a group of them together. I don't think there's one particular one that's best. I like to see the general flow, and then I like to see the general flow on different time frames. So the 5-minute is saying momentum might switch bullish. The 10-minute is saying it's still bearish. The 30-minute is saying it's still bearish. The 4 hour is saying it's still bullish. So I'm seeing testing bullish, actually bearish. So I'm getting the general idea of various EMAs on obviously 4 different time frames. Tradevate isn't a trade copier. No, Tradevate is just a data provider. The way Rhythmic is, the way Wealth Charts is. Tradevate is just basically, like I said, a data provider. When did they stop day trading unless you have $25,000 in your account? You're allowed to day trade with $25,000 in your account, even on a margin account. But you just can't do it that many times. It's pattern day trading. So you're not blocked from doing it. But if you are trading equities or options below $25,000 on a margin account, you can only trade 3 day trades, opening and closing, per rolling 5 days. You're not straight up banned from it. Tradevate has a built-in copier. I haven't used it, so I can't fairly comment on it, but I heard it's pretty bad. I heard it is pretty bad, but once again, I'm still just waiting. Folks, if you're coming here for this, we're all waiting on Trump. It was supposed to happen 6 minutes ago, so we're just all kind of waiting. All right, you know what I need to do is... Let me get that. Let's get this. Why in the world is that not working? Yep. Right now, in terms of price, we're just waiting for the test of 5,500 and the slight overshoot to the upside gap fill at 5,506. That's a pretty freaking easy play. And then on top of that, we're just waiting for Trump to speak at this cabinet meeting, which was supposed to be roughly right now. So if you're just coming in and we're chilling, we're just waiting on that. In fact, as we were waiting, I could probably get some nice tunes for all of us in the background. Where is let's get a little velvet Kohrs going. A little velvet Kohrs for everyone while we're waiting. Videos.
Crimson, I heard you've been talking shit. You little red-haired bitch with a thrift store fit. Claiming you trade, but your chart don't click. You move so slow, they making me sick. You drip so dry, it sparked a drought. While I got Wall Street begging me to bail them out. You're making moves like you're trapped in quicksand. I'm swinging deals like I own the whole land.
Crimson, you ain't nothing but a bad investment. Your whole portfolio's a joke full of stress and resentment. Talking big, but your trades don't hit. I'm taking profits off moves you don't even commit.
You thought you could flex, but your move's been weak. While I'm moonwalking profits every time I speak. You're looking like a bottom tier wannabe king, but I'm pulling in numbers that make the market sing. Velvet Kohrs, ooh, he's smooth, baby. Richer than your daddy's dirty divorce. Velvet Kohrs, that's silk talk. I don't walk past money, I endorse. Velvet Kohrs, say it twice if you're nasty. Every trade I make got your mama off course. Velvet Kohrs,
now watch me turn that weak ass Kohrs into mulch, of course.
Getting a pretty nice follow through on this. I'm gonna be kicking myself on that one.
while I'm out here investing in everything you don't know. Your text all outdated, your game's been sold. I got crypto coming in, your stock's still on hold. Try to ride my wave, better learn how to swim.
All right. We just got the upside gap fill on the SPY. We're about to get in on the Qs, but most importantly is SPX, which that was probably the play of the day, is riding the 10 a.m. inflation announcement up to this upside gap fill. Bada bing, bada boom. Literally, like that was honestly the trade of the day. I got out a little bit early just because I haven't been trading well, and I was happy to make 25 grand. But that was, I don't know. That was the play. So if you took it, congrats to you. Come on. SPY got it. Q's almost got it. SPX needs a little bit more of a push. Yeah, Trump is talking soon. We're just waiting for this cabinet meeting to get going. I'll give it a little bit. If not, we'll just ditch. I don't know why. It was supposed to start 10 minutes ago. We're just kind of awkwardly waiting. But SPY got the upside gap fill. Qs are seemingly about to. All right, what other... What is this one? Oh, this is Velvet Kohrs. What a smooth voice.
In the room and the tickets get high. Charge through the wave like they know I'm that guy.
Come on. I'll add an alert.
When I whisper a trade. Your stock's in the red. Guess who got paid? Strutting in the suede with the alligator boots. Come on. Got your lady by the waist. Now she loving my moves.
Come on.
Yeah. Ticker tape fall like confetti in the air. I make a bear turn bull with a devilish stare.
Woo!
Feather in the hat, diamonds in the door.
Piper didn't like that.
Turn one into 10 and flip it some more. Velvet Kohrs. Cash like waves keep crashing the shore. Velvet Kohrs. Top of the game, better check the scoreboard.
Wow. Oh, Piper really didn't like that. That freaked her out.
Running the whole board. Damn. Limit up, limit down, baby, I don't flinch. Yeah, dipped in velvet. pockets deep like a
Dude, we're
trench.
so close. Just hit it.
Got my feet on the desk, Wall Street's on my line. Ring, ring. Saying, Velvet, how you do it? Every call so divine. Told him, listen, little player, I was born to shine. I see green every morning when I open my eyes. Ooh, they jealous of the game. Yeah. Velvet
There we go. Upside gap fill achieved. That was the trade of the day. If you took it, massive congrats. You're crushing.
Charts go wild when I step on the floor. Trends so hot.
Just hit it. Here's a quick look at the flow. SPY. Look at that recovery. Man, I wish I had that. Just at the 10 a.m. reversal. Brutal. I still kind of think I'm happy with how I played it. Of course, the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I would have felt dumb to go out that money for it to just get rejected right at that previous high. Because remember, I locked in my profits before we hit the 948 high. I hit it before, so I would have felt stupid if we hit it, got rejected, and puked when I was up $1,000. I didn't know that I was going to keep going. Those are the times where you wish you had multiple, so you could take one, break even the other, and if you have a runner, you have a runner. But I don't have enough buffer right now to trade multiple account or multiple contracts. So in terms of only trading one, dude, we're still waiting for this. Yeah, we're just waiting for this to get going. Oh, that was definitely another point to scale out if you were riding it. It might keep going, but that's when you have to be a little bit fortunate with multiple. But we're literally just back at the low from yesterday. So for everyone freaking out this morning, asking me if we're going to like circuit breaker halt down, we're literally where we were now at yesterday. Like, let's just all take a chill pill. What are you waiting for Trump to talk? It was supposed to start at 11. 5 minutes now bullish, 10 minutes about to be testing. Yeah, 5 minute on S&P 500, NASDAQ bullish, 4 hour holding bullish. We're looking for the 10 to test, and maybe at some point today we could get the 30 to test. That'd be pretty gnarly. But right now we're just at that low value from yesterday, getting that nice upside gap fill. MSTR is green. Sorry if you guys chased puts this morning. That was brutal. You just got destroyed. Dude, I am just dropping black demons like no other. If you don't have any knowledge of my favorite game from my youth, you'll have no idea what that means. But then for those of you who grew up in the late 90s like I did, you've battled a couple black demons for sure. You've caught some shrimp. You've caught some sardines. You've made your name known in Gillinor. You man, cause you can't afford.
That's that swagger, that's that velvet chorus, baby.
Am I fishing right now? Maybe. Dude, someone's gotta catch all these shrimp. I'm just saying, sometimes you have to put in an honest day's work, and someone's gotta catch the shrimp. I don't think you're allowed to call them that anymore. Jesus. Bought SPY toward the bottom, just jumped out, did pretty good today. Congrats, Blaze. Crushing it. All right, let me turn this down a second. I really don't know what's going on here of why this isn't running. How long do we wait? We're now 18 minutes late. I went short at AM till 9:44, long since 10:10. Seems to only work out when I'm using small fun accounts. Why not shrimp? Why shrimp? Why not go for trout or salmon by now? Because then not enough people are catching shrimp. My goal is to corner the market on shrimp. I'm doing a Forrest Gump type of a situation. I'm trying to corner what I perceive to be a very weak market. Trump going to be crazy late. He's always like 30 minutes late. I've noticed that's just how presidents operate. Not just Trump, but I mean, Biden was always late. Trump is seemingly always late. Like we're just, I don't know. I don't even know why. Why not just add an hour to the time that they tell the public? Like we know you're all going to be an hour late. So just add like whatever time they think it's going to have, just add 1 hour. Like make everyone's life a little bit better. Proof. Ashley Biden's diary was posted online. What are you guys? I prefer the pedophile and pedophile's pencil. I find it much more inflammatory. What in the world? What are you guys possibly talking about over here? I mean, we have some conspiracy nut jobs on YouTube, but at least it is like stops at the market. It feels like the conspiracy nut jobs on Rumble. Like you guys. Every day I look over at this comment. You guys are talking about like a pedophile diet. Like, what are you even talking about right now? This is crazy. Trump's just getting his hair done. Is Flow going flat? We'll see. Mag 7 up, not at the intraday high, but we're at least trending up. And then the S&P 500 hit a new delta high, actually, but now giving a bit of it back. So seemingly some profit taking coming in at the upside gap, which makes sense. That's a really popular play. So people, they got exactly what they were playing, and they moved on with their life. Rumble, circuit breaker. You can never give exact times when you're doing security. I could. I'm not saying it's smart, but you could. It would make my life easier. I just feel like when they're looking at the president's security, they don't take my life into account because obviously I decided to stay to stream to all of you thinking it would start at 11. And now I've had to come up with 20 minutes of weird chit chat to cover all the dead air. And I just feel like when they're coming up with what you're referring to as security for the president, the most powerful person in the world, it feels like they're not really taking into consideration my life and what I wanted to do today. And I think that's honestly a little bit rude. Like, I don't know why the leader of the free world security is considered to be more important and more impactful and more pivotal than what I, as a like leading Pico influencer, just decided to do with my day today. I could, it's just not really. It feels like they actually never take it into account, if I'm being completely honest with all of you. Well, yes, it's rude for sure. Oh, I told you, folks. No. The Lucky Buffalo shirt strikes again. It never misses. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys for a second. I got disconnected there. Sorry if I missed anything. Lucky Buffalo strikes. You guys probably thought I was crazy for wearing it today, and I would say that I am the reason the market bounced, because without me, we would have probably kept going down. Bad GDP report, bad jobs numbers, and then lucky Buffalo shirt strikes again. And I saw all of you naysayers in here thinking, no way, the market's far too gone for the Buffalo shirt to work today, and yet it did. It did. You always just turn on Trump bad. Yeah, always just turn to Trump. What are you guys? Not a conspiracy. That's how you know you're in a conspiracy, when people are like, that's not a conspiracy. Nah, way, bro. That's not a conspiracy. Where did Velvet Course go? Oh. Here's our Liberation Day song. Hell yeah, brother. Pour one out for TK. 5 minutes bullish, 10 minutes testing bullish, 5 minutes bullish, 10 minutes testing. The last thing we have to go back to being bullish is the 30. Pour one out for TK.
Dead men walking, pockets empty, betting rent on broken dreams. I sip my whiskey slow and heavy, like the weight of all their debt. Watching margin calls roll in, they ain't climbed out that hole yet. Took my time, played the long con, laid my traps,
come on.
let 'em buy.
Trump hosts cabinet meeting with Elon Musk, RFK Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard.
Hands are shaking, screens are flashing, redder than a preacher's shame. I've been
Damn, I could have written this entire thing. It's just right here around 10:20. It looked like it might be reverting, so I just had to take my money. But it really got going at 10:45. And I don't want to chase it now. That feels silly. Yeah, it is what it is. I can't complain. I made 25K. It's always that woulda, coulda, shoulda game. Like, you always wish you just played it perfectly. And of course, we all do.
Granddad told me, boy, you listen, money moves like running water. Let a fool get rich too early, watch him drown inside the slaughter. Snake oil dripping, preachers pitching, selling lies in plastic jars.
Bit of a smack here. Overall, we are just back in the transition zone. So we started off on the bear side. We puked more. Positive inflation report. We get all the way back up. But this isn't the bull area. This is the transition. Bearish zone is here. Transition, bullish above. It is a wide zone today, but that's just how the market's set up today. I didn't make the rules. I didn't make those trades. Come on, dude. Let's get rocking with this. Hey Matt, hope all is well. May I get your opinion on JNPR? I bought $36 calls for earnings tomorrow, but the stock is moving very weird for a while. I don't know what moving very weird means. Like, either a stock is or isn't moving. I don't know how you describe price movement as weird. What is it? Well, if you're playing it for earnings, it's a 50-50 shot. Okay, I kind of see what you mean by it's weird. Like, it does nothing, then it moves. I guess. Yeah, my opinion on it is that I would just not play it because the price action looks like shit and earnings is a 50-50 bet. Obviously, I'm hopeful that you make a shitload of money, but like, what's your advantage? Like, what's your edge? Like, what is going on here? Like, what's your thesis on the trade that is like, if you were to implement that time and time again, you'd be net profitable? I find when it comes to playing an earnings event, you're flipping a quarter. Like, I don't like those situations. I only like flipping a quarter if my payoff is way bigger than my risk, because once again, that's how you can be net profitable. But in this, looking at how it moves, I don't see how the payoff, even on a 50-50 shot, I don't see how in the long term doing that time and time again, I don't see how the payoff becomes more than the risk that you're taking on. Because remember, with earnings, you commonly have vol crush. Very weird equals going against your position. Might be. I kind of see what you're saying. I assume you're describing this as weird, like nothing, big moves, then back to nothing. And we're just kind of getting pinned to this 36. It tells me that it's also low like interest, like low liquidity, low trade volume. Tells me that most people just don't give a shit about the stock. I prefer to trade the things that are super high liquidity, super high interest. I just find those to be a lot more interesting to deal with. What the hell is another Liberation Day song? A little bit. Here's a little Kohrs on the Cob. Break your lighters out if you have one. Yep, we're just in the transition zone.
Now I press one button, watch the numbers climb, make what I used to in a year before I finish my wine. They called it luck, said I'd lose it fast.
Tomorrow's seasonality, man in the mirror, is a bit more bullish, but the major thing tomorrow is both Apple and Amazon have their earnings report after the market closes. And then on Friday, we have the unemployment report coming out before the market opens. So between market close tomorrow and market open on Friday, we have quite a bit going on.
I used to scrape for rent, living check to check. Now my broker calls me sir, show some damn respect. Turn my last few dollars to a stack.
We had a little bit of a misstep right there, but look at that bounce. It basically broke above 5,500, got the gap fill, pushed a little bit, came back, retested 5,500. Not a bad trade, really. Little dip buy right there. If I go long right here on NQ, I'd be risking 35 points, and I made 50. No, I can't do this reasoning. I can't do this woulda, coulda, shoulda. Like, honestly, that trade probably works, but it's just not disciplined. I need to, for these Apex accounts to survive, I just need to be far better with my discipline. And as much as I bet that makes money, I think if I were to take that trade, it would be out of I feel like it would come from a point of, I suppose in a way, like revenge trading, angry that I didn't ride this all the way up and just trying to force a trade to be there. But you're buying pretty much close to the intraday high, buying kind of at resistance. And I think it's more so I'd be doing it like out of like, oh, like I missed out. Like, you know, like it's just, I got to be disciplined. And what's sad is I bet that this does make money and I could probably go from 25K on the day to 75. But it's just, I think sometimes even when you see that trade set up, in a weird way, you almost have to kind of punish yourself and be like, nope, like even if it looks great, you got to be disciplined. And you could take those kind of risks when you have a bigger buffer, when you've been trading better. But I haven't. So as much as I bet that's a great trade right now to be taking this long, on the off chance that it's not, it's silly to go long at the intraday high. Yes, it is minimal risk, but I think if anything, it's a form of revenge trading that I missed out on this entire pump and I got out too early. So there's always tomorrow. So it is what it is. Is this ever going to happen? Oh, is this ever going to start? Come on. If you're just joining in right now, my apologies, but I'm not the one who is delaying this cabinet meeting. We're just waiting. Okay. While we're waiting, is there any questions I can answer for you on Apex? Just so you guys know, there is a new channel. So if you're watching right now on Rumble, just so you know, all this stuff is together. Like I didn't have to do independent channels, but on YouTube I did Apex. So on YouTube, there's a whole new channel. So you're watching right now on the Matt Kohrs show. There's another channel called Matt Kohrs. You can find it, but anyway, it's just at Matt Kohrs, and there's a picture of me as Velvet Kohrs. On this channel, I'm doing more of like the specifics of actual trading strategies, my journey on Apex rules, the best Apex accounts, how to easily pass an Apex eval. So there's a lot more evergreen content over here. So I just wanted to call that out. Here, I'll drop this one in chat. If you are watching on Rumble, it's there, but it's on the same channel on Rumble. On Rumble, I wasn't forced to put it on 2 independent channels. So wherever you're watching on Rumble, you're already good to go, but it is a little bit more difficult to find. But anyway, this channel has 1.2 thousand subscribers, so it's far smaller. There's only 16 videos, but it's much more of evergreen content. So I just put that link in the description. It's also, or in chat, but the direct links to the most popular videos over here are in the description of the video. So if you're wondering about how to pass the eval, if you're the best account size, specific trading strategies, my journey on Apex 40K, 80K, 120K, 160K, 200K, 240, they're all up there. A lot of great little nuggets of information, but I just want you guys to know they're there, and that's more of to set up this question right now of is especially if I see a common question over and over again, it's a pretty easy, like, evident thing for me to then make a video on. So would you say is your, for those of you who are maybe new to Apex or on it, but you still have like a major point of confusion or you need a point of clarity, what is I guess, okay, let's do a little, as we're waiting for Trump, let's do a little AMA, like an Ask Me Anything, whether it's Apex or Take Profit Trader, where are the points of confusion that you're like, okay, I need someone to explain this to me. Matt, any penalties for trading less than 8 days on Apex? There's no penalties, you just can't request money. So it's not like, they won't, like, if you trade less than 8 days, they just literally, you cannot request money out. So there's no penalty. You just can't request it. Why do you keep talking about buffer? I think you're confusing it. I keep talking about a buffet, not B-U-F-F-E-R. It's B-U-F-F-E-T. And I keep talking about a buffet because I'm a fat fuck who likes food. Just love eating it. Love like stacking those K-cows. That's actually the main reason why I have to hit the stair stepper every day, is because I'm such a like a greedy little fat fuck. That's where I get the name like thick Kohrs. Folks, the only reason I'm not like, I don't physically look like a whale is because I have to hit the gym every single day. And even then, dude, I'm clocking in. I just weighed myself. It doesn't show it on camera, but your boy's thick, dude. I weigh 198 pounds. Like I have a couple LBs to drop, folks. I wasn't talking about a buffer. I was talking about a buffet. And dude, a buffet sees me coming and they run for the hills. They run for the hills. It shows. Jesus Christ. All right. All right. That was mean. Just fat shaming me. It's all right. I honestly think you should be able to make fun of fat people, myself included, because it gives them the drive to improve their life and not like get diabetes and heart disease. So yeah, you guys should rip me apart. Be like, yo, you really need that 18th Krispy Kreme donut? Looking a little fat there. So let's say I make 1K today. How much more would I need to make to request a payout? Because 1K divided by 30%, I'd have to wait until 3,333 to request a payout. That is correct. And then remember, you don't have to request the max payout. I think the minimum payout is 500, but you could request out anything from that min of 500 all the way up to and including the max for that account size. The max for the account size on a 50K account is 2K, but it does, the bigger the account, the more you could request out. So if you trade like a 100K account or 150K account, the max you can theoretically take out per payout cycle is more. My 2-year-old gave me a stomach bug and I lost 10 pounds. I got food poisoning when I was in Honduras for like a kind of like a humanitarian trip. And I lost either 15 or 18 pounds in like 4 days. Gotta be 200 to do something, thick horse. Yeah. I guess I could add 2 more pounds just to say I did it. But that's actually a pretty big life update. Of course, just give me 1 second. I'll come back to your Apex questions as, once again, we are literally just waiting for Trump. Oh, wait, he's going. Everyone, what the fuck?
100%. So I think it's an amazing in a row We have set the all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossings released into the United States is down 99.999%. That is usually 100%. So I think it's an amazing tribute. And Christy, congratulations, and Tom and everybody else. It's an amazing job, actually. And it was done very quickly. We officially designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we're expelling these monsters from our country rapidly and working with the Department of Justice. Man, you're doing fantastic. Your people are amazing. We're having some judge problems that everybody's reading. Some judges that don't like, killers, murderers being thrown out of the country, so I don't know what their problem is, but we have a little difficulty. We won on the basis of a great border and of getting criminals out of our country. That was why we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. Every metric we won by a lot. It was a massive victory, and we won, I think, largely because of this issue. I put this issue as number one issue, and they don't want us to do what we're supposed to do, and I don't think that can be. I hope the Supreme Court
back to normal
is
speed.
Going to fully understand what's going on. We have to get the criminals out of our country, and that's the basis under which we won the election. Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today, and I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is the quarterly numbers, and we came in and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy, destroying our country in so many ways, not only at the border was more obvious, but we took over his mess in so many different ways. Core GDP, removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3% when you add it. We had numbers that despite what we were handed, we turned them around, and we were getting them really turned around. Gross domestic investment was a whopping 22%. Now, that is a number that people are coming in at numbers. For instance, I just walked in, I heard Samsung is now, because of the tariffs, they're going to build massive facilities in the United States. If we didn't do the tariffs, they wouldn't be doing that. So it takes a little while to get those facilities built, but they're coming in with big, big numbers. They're all coming in with big numbers. We have more money being spent than at any time in the history of our country. We're up to close to $8 trillion, I think I can say. And really, it's going to be a lot higher than that. Those are just the ones that we know about. $8 trillion. I'm not going to say, but I'm not sure if Biden did $1 trillion for 4 years, $1 trillion. But we're at $8 trillion for 2 months, because let's give us a pass on the first month. We were sort of getting a little bit used to things, right? But after 2 months, we have $8 trillion. There's never been a number like that. And that includes chip companies, car companies, every form of manufacturing, high-tech companies. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So $8 trillion. I can talk about gross domestic product, gross domestic investment. I can talk about a lot of things, but to me, the biggest numbers, the kind of numbers that are, and these people are coming in. Our Secretary of Commerce spent the weekend. He went down to Arizona to see what was happening with the biggest chip company in the world. And he said, Howard, you said, you've never seen anything like it. Do you want to just describe what you saw?
So they're investing $165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and they're building the highest tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation of America is building it. They had 14,000 people. They're expecting 40,000 people to build the rest of their plants and to employ 20,000 people for the rest of the time. This is all driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about 40% of the chip market from that one section. And this is the biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan. And unlike the CHIP Act, which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars, the thing they don't need is money. They got plenty of money. What they need is an incentive to come in. And the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs. Without the tariffs, and I like to say they're building because of November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. But I'm going to be a little more blunt. They're building because of the tariffs, and November 5th gave them the tariffs. So it's amazing when you look. And these are not companies that go out and say, well, we're going to build, we have to go get our financing. Let's go. Like we would, in New York, everybody would look, you get a building site, and then you'd look around for money, you'd look around for financing for 6 months, you'd get your financing. you'd build your building, the market would be good, you'd make money, the market would be bad, it wouldn't be so pretty, you'd have to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. This is different. These people have so much money, they don't know what to do. I asked Howard, did they finance it? No, they do it through cash. And they say that site, and they just started, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've already started. He said, I've never seen a site like it, so big. So, you're talking about essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott. But a $50 billion building, that's a lot. They're building the electric, they've become a utility. And I'm giving them the right to become. They're going to build their own electric, they're going to build their own electricity, which they need tremendous amounts of electricity. They're going to build it themselves. Anything they have left over, they'll hook that into the grid. But the grid is old and they're unreliable and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility. And they, I think in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th. The tariffs haven't kicked in yet. I know that, and I don't want this to happen, but I know that China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China. I like the president a lot, President Xi. I don't want it to happen. I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China. And, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world, biggest cargo ships in the world. And they're coming and they're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want the goods, because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us. And that includes intellectual property and other things. There are a lot of things far beyond just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens. But, I was not, because somebody said, well, were you happy? I said, I am not happy. I want China to do well. I want every country to do well. But they have to treat us fairly also. So with that, I think we're going to maybe go around, and we have some letters where the secretaries and people around the table are making statements about how they're doing and what's happening. And I could start with Pete on the left because he's my least controversial person at the moment. No, they don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. He didn't do this. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, Mr. President, I think we're controversial because we're over the target. And like so many things, Mr. President, you inherited a demoralized military that couldn't recruit, that was perceived as weak after what happened in Afghanistan and elsewhere because of Joe Biden. And what we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance. Decades, it hasn't been decades since we've seen this kind of recruiting in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. The men and women of America want to join the United States military led by President Donald Trump.
And the police, by the way.
Absolutely.
And fire. I always mention the fire, but the police and fire, likewise they have waiting lists now, and 6 months ago was a disaster.
Truly historic. We can barely absorb the volume and retention as well. Men and women in the military who don't want to get out now that they have a real commander-in-chief. We're reinforcing standards. We're going to be fit, not fat, in our formations. We welcome back all the folks that were forced out because of the COVID mandate. We've ripped wokeness out of the military, sir, DEI, trans, and it's Fort Benning and Fort Bragg again at the DOD. We're rebuilding the military, sir. The Golden Dome is well underway. F-47, reassuring allies and deterring enemies. We found nearly $6 billion in DOGE savings that we're going to reinvest, including $50 billion from the Biden administration focused on things like climate that have nothing to do with lethality and warfighting. And we will have, as you said, sir, the first $1 trillion budget that we plan to spend wisely on behalf of our warfighters. From day one, sir, we've helped get 100% operational control of the border, coming alongside DHS and CBP. We've got 11,000 troops on the border who now, because of the new national defense area, sir, can help detain illegals at the border and hand them over to CBP. It used to be if you saw camouflage on the border, they could hold binoculars, and that's it. Now we can detain and assist, and we're going to get 100% operational control of that border. Our NATO allies know they have to step up. The Houthis in the Middle East are feeling the weight of American power, and we're deterring communist China. So because of your leadership, sir, I believe we're making the military great again. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Howard? So I have the pleasure of running the Investment Accelerator, which gets to recruit these companies. And you've never seen anything like the companies committed to building in America. Technology companies have committed over $2.5 trillion to build in America based on your tariffs, right? Sovereign countries all backing, the whole Middle East and all these countries backing their sovereign wealth funds. They all want to invest in America, and they're coming in, again, over $3 trillion committed. So just those two topics, you're at $5.5 trillion. And then you've got the whole pharma industry knows it's got to come home because America pays for all the drugs of the world. So the pharmaceuticals have to come home, right? Autos coming home, industrials coming home. So, we've got to train, and your great Secretary of Labor together and Secretary of Education together, we're going to train the workforce to build America. It's unbelievable. We've got so much, as I travel around, the attention on the Trump Gold Card. I mean, it makes me very popular. Last night, I was out to dinner, and someone came up and said, can I buy 10? And how do I buy 10? And I'm like, it's pretty good. It's $50 million for dinner. So, I was paying for my dinner. The External Revenue Service, right? You've got the tariffs and the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars coming in to build the External Revenue Service. That our objective, of course, is to replace the Internal Revenue Service and let those outside countries trading with us, let them pay their fair share to America. And then, of course, you got rid of de minimis. And what happened is these foreign countries were sending in little packages for free and knocking out our mom and pop businesses across America. You put an end to it, and you're going to rebuild the mom and pop and the small business of America. You're their president, and I'm proud to support you.
It's very important. De minimis. It's it's a big deal. It's a big scam going on against our country, against really small businesses, and we put an end to it.
Mr. President. So, CAFE standards, we have the fuel economy standards on vehicles that are going to go to 50 miles per gallon. We are going to rewrite those standards, bring it down to something that's far more reasonable. Elon's fine with that, I hope. But it's going to drive down. It's going to drive down the price of a car in America, making cars more affordable for families. Also, Biden had the social cost of credit when we build infrastructure, roads, and bridges, adding 3 to 5% on infrastructure costs. We've gotten rid of the social cost of carbon, driving down the cost to build roads and bridges across the country. We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license or their sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money that you're actually following the law, which includes the executive orders from you, Mr. President. We're cutting back funding. We send research money, Mr. President, to universities to do research on more equitable and sustainable transportation systems. Projects that'll use data and public opinion to inform policy and infrastructure and technology benefiting diverse communities, including women and gender nonconforming people. Just stupid wastes of money. We're pulling that money back from universities. We should do good research if we're doing research in universities. And then one last thing, air traffic control. We don't have enough air traffic controllers, about 3,000 short. We're working on an agreement with the union, so when controllers become retirement eligible, we're going to cut a deal to try to get them to stay longer, to stay in the tower. And then we have a plan to put more butts in seats in Oklahoma City, so we can get more students through the academy and into towers as well. It's going to take us a while to do that, to train them up, but we're in the process before our 4 years are done. Well before that, we're going to be at full capacity.
Joe, do you want to tell them about, I think we have to bring it up, we have very obsolete equipment for air traffic controllers. The equipment, the towers have horrible equipment. It's been renovated for years. The money they spent over the last 4 years, this Buttigieg did a horrible job. They wasted billions and billions of dollars hooking up wire equipment to non-wire equipment to satellite equipment, and you're not, a third grade student would know it doesn't work. You can't work. And they wasted tens of billions of dollars. But we want to put a brand new air traffic control system in, and you might want to describe that, please.
You and I have talked about this. It's a state-of-the-art system, envy of the world, and it's. I mean, listen, our system is safe, but you would have hoped someone would have seen that there's a problem with fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters coming in at DCA. Someone should have seen that before we lost almost 70 lives. It's our job to look and see that we have an aging infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be failures and people will lose their lives. And so we need the help of Congress to help fund this, but it's going to be all brand new. And after you build a brand new system, we have the bedrock and the foundation to actually build on top of it. But no one has done this, Mr. President. There's Band-Aid fixes that have happened over the course of 20 years. You can't have a Band-Aid fix. It doesn't get done. It has to be brand new. The technology, it looks like it's out of a 1980s movie. Old computers, floppy disks. We're using copper wires, not fiber. So there are great solutions we have available that, and by the way, everyone's sick of their delayed flights or their canceled flights. We have more capacity in the airspace, and if we build this brand new system, what you'll have is more efficiency in the airspace, and it will be safer. So the economy will be stronger. We can have more flights and less delays. So I appreciate your support on that, Mr. President.
Rebuilding that is very important. You wouldn't have had the helicopter crashing into the plane at 400 feet up when it's supposed to be 200 feet. Right. That would have, bells and whistles would have been gone over, and you would have heard the screaming equipment saying there's a problem coming up in 15 seconds. You got to do something about it right now. And it would have also sent the word right into the helicopter, because I guess you'll be doing the full report on that. But it was pretty obvious what happened.
Right.
And they were supposed to be at 200 feet. They were at 400 feet, and a terrible thing. And that wouldn't have happened if we had the right equipment. If we had the right equipment, you would have heard bells and whistles going off, and it would have alerted them long before that would have happened. 2 minutes before, they would have had a lot of time. So we have to do this. We have no choice, and we're going to do it, and we're going to be very proud of it. They did old equipment in new equipment, and you can't hook in old equipment to new equipment because it's different. Some is satellite and some is ground. The satellite doesn't work. This man would know that better than anybody, but you can't hook up a satellite system to a ground wired system. And if you do, you're wasting a lot of money. They spent billions. This is Buttigieg. They spent billions and billions of dollars trying to patch a system together. They had hundreds of different contractors, and the contractors were all fighting with each other. We're going to have one great big contractor, like the Great Big Beautiful Bill, which is going along very well. I guess I like Great Big Beautiful, but we're going to have one Great Big Beautiful contractor, whether it's maybe Raytheon, maybe IBM, maybe it could be any one of 4 or 5 different groups, but you put one in charge. They're very big, very powerful monetarily, and they give you a guarantee, and they hook up everything. They do every single thing. So they're responsible for the digging of the ditches and the fiber and every single element. And it's one system that's hooked in. It's not all these hodgepodge systems that don't work together. And it's just a shame. I mean, it's basic construction, but it's complex stuff. And there are a few companies that do it unbelievably well, and we're going to have that. So, good job, Sean. I know that's your big project.
And Mr. President, no one has done it because it is complex. It's hard to do because as you're building a brand new system, you have planes taking off and landing, and so because it's complex, no one has done it. And you've given the directive and the support to make this happen. So thank you.
Ours is going to be an all new system. It's going to all hook up. It's going to be the same. The same tower is going to have the same equipment. And all towers all over the country, all over the world actually, mostly, are going to be hooked in together. And when there's a problem, when planes are too close, you will hear a sound that's very ear-shattering. And I've heard it, and it's amazing. I mean, honestly, it's amazing. It's real genius stuff, and we didn't do that. What we did was just waste money. You could have just thrown it right out the window. What they did in this last 4 years was disgraceful. Whether it was the border or this, you can name 100 different things. The worst administration ever. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Secretary. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And I think one of the things that I want people to understand about the VA is we're part of the national security interests you have, and you've laid the groundwork for that with leadership and making sure that with the Secretary of Defense and myself, we take care of veterans on two ends, one when they come in and one when they served and have earned the benefits that we have. And one of the things is if we're not doing our job on our end, then the recruitment and all goes down on the other end because we have a full spectrum. That's what leadership is about. What we found, speaking the last 4 years, is we found an administration that wanted to throw money and people at problems, but they didn't want to put leadership in. They just put money and people at it, and we saw wait times stay the same. We saw issues of suicide rates, death by suicide, not change. We saw a homelessness issue barely go down. We saw disability claims skyrocket when you took place over 250,000 back dislodge, which we're already bringing down almost 40,000 so far just in the last couple of months. But we've also put back what you, and I was in Congress when this happened, and I was glad to see it. The Mission Act is back front and center at the VA. We're actually doing community care. We're actually giving the veteran the choice that they've earned and they've deserved, whether they can get their VA care inside our facilities or in the community. It's their choice. It's VA care. We're going to give them the highest quality care wherever they want to go. Also, we're expanding out options for treatments and others for those that are new. We're experimenting and looking at new counseling ideas, all new drug techniques that we can help with PTSD, TBI, the things that are affecting our veterans right now. But also, we've taken the leadership to take people and bring them back into work where they're actually communicating. They're back in our offices. We've put thousands of people back in. We're processing more claims daily than we were in the last little bit, hit 1 million before has ever happened, and we're actually bringing it down. And I've actually taken our deputy secretary, and he is actually handling a strike force now to bring down that disability claim, plus our regular work that we're having done. We've also taken almost $300+ million and taken it out of contracts that we've all heard about so far. We were doing contracts for meeting notes and PowerPoints. And if our folks didn't know how to do meeting notes and PowerPoints, go online and learn yourself. We're not going to pay for it anymore. And we took $360 million and put it back into community care and also our health records management system that we have. We've opened 6 new facilities just in the last little bit so all the media who wants to talk about how we're hurting healthcare, we just opened 6 new facilities. By the way, thank you, you're welcome. As we go from that we've continued. We've also took $11.6 billion in ceiling values of contracts and terminated that we did not need, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the future, but also still maintaining the ability to take care of our patients and also our disability benefits. We've also gotten unity again. We did away with $14 million in DEI spending. We've ended gender dysphoria treatments. We phased that out. All directed the savings from that go to paralyzed veterans and amputees. We've also continued to work toward, as you've in anti-Semitism and also anti-Christian bias that we saw. The biggest thing, though, Mr. President, I wanted to state is you told me when you said for me to take this job, you said take care of my veterans. Well, we've done something in taking that step forward. The veteran is back first at the VA. The VA is not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding animal. It's about a service organization that takes care of one of the best that we have, and that's our veterans. And that one, Mr. President, we're just getting started.
Thank you, Doug. How are you doing with the suicide rates?
We're getting, it's tough, Mr. President. That's something that we're looking at. This is something that we've had $588 million has been spent over the last 4 or 5 years to be prevention, and yet the numbers stayed at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I've worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, they're actually coming up saying thanks. We're back in where we need to be, and we're seeing a workforce development. So suicide is going to come down. It's also going to take some transition stuff that your Secretary of Defense has been very helpful on. We've got to transfer them out of the military so they come to us better, but we're working on that.
Good. Thank you. Jameson?
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days in the history of the office.
In history. You know, this is the biggest deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done financially in the history of the world. And I think we're doing great. You're going to see some big, big results. Go ahead.
And I'll just say something that Secretary Duffy said in his context, because it's complex, no one has done it. So this is something, a reordering of global trade that hasn't happened since the end of World War II. And it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore under the old global trading system. When the net result of the global trading system is that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places, that's a system you have to replace, and that's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come. And not
with all the countries that want to negotiate. They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
Don't zoom in on this. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out, but we're working very quickly on this. Thanks to you.
Thank you, James. You're going to have a lot of fun for the next 3 weeks. Michael, you have anything?
Mr. President, in the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we've had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength, starting with there'll be all hell to pay if you don't let our people go. Dozens, over 40 Americans have come home under your leadership. Far more terrorists are no longer threatening the homeland under your leadership, pulling all of these agencies together, including the evil individual responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing, and to sit with the 13 Gold Star families, and you showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it.
Thank you very much. The Abbey Gate is really important. This was a horrible thing. Destroyed the image, frankly, of the Biden administration. What happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened, and Pam is working very much on prosecuting that person. We have the person, and he'll do well. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, Michael. So the CIA, I don't know, Ratcliffe, I don't know if he's going to say anything. He's probably the one person here that's not allowed to talk about the great job he's done, but go ahead anyway.
Mr. President, as you know, at your direction, the CIA has deployed our unique covert action authorities in various places and continents to successfully advance your national security and foreign policy priorities, to advance peace, to end wars, to take terrorists off the battlefield, and to keep illicit drugs from coming into this country and harming Americans. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to detail your accomplishments in that regard, we can't do so in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by our great Attorney General and providing a measure of justice to those 13 families that suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal during the last administration. In addition, at your direction, Mr. President, the CIA has negotiated and secured the release of Americans like Mark Fogel and Ksenia Carolina, who have been wrongfully detained, sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President, the CIA is being restructured at your direction to focus on our core mission and to eliminate the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Russell?
We're obviously involved in a number of budget bills that are moving, trying to make sure all of your priorities are reflected in the reconciliation, working on our upcoming budget. Wonderful job by the entire cabinet on that front. Details soon on that front. Sending up rescissions bills to Congress for things that Elon has found. But the regulatory aspect is something we don't talk about enough. And right now you've given us a goal of 10 for 1. We are working right now with all of the agencies to rack up how big of a deregulatory agenda that we can have. When you came into office, you basically stopped $200 billion in costs to American families just by stopping the Biden regulatory agenda. That's about $2,000 per family. We think when we're going to hit these 10 for 1 goals that we could be in the neighborhood of about $900 billion in savings to American families that would be substantially bigger than that $2,000 number. And the point that I would make, in addition to just savings cheaper to the American people, there's an aspect of wisdom when you're enforcing these rules that comes into play. And I'm your regulator for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we found this small mortgage lender in Chicago. His name is Barry Sterner. He had a firm called Townstone. And CFPB had gone after him because he complained about crime in Chicago, literally the same thing that the Democrat mayor had talked about. And they came after him for 7 years on a redlining disparate impact claim and ruined his life. We overturned that. We apologized on your behalf to the individual, and we basically, without having to go through notice and comment, we ended the policy that set that in motion. And so that's happening across these agencies with how they are using their enforcement discretion, and it will only continue based on the stonewall of backing that you've given us to make these hard calls. I don't think they're actually that hard, but no one's done it to this point, and we were able to go forward and do that because of the backing that you've given us.
So maybe the biggest thing we're working on, maybe bigger than tariffs in a certain sense, is we call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's wielding its way right now through the Senate. And John Thune has been actually amazing. And the Speaker has been so great, Congress. Mike Johnson has been really two guys that they get along great, and it's just been a beautiful, unified attack, really, because we have to attack because the Democrats are trying to stop it at every turn. It would mean a 58% tax hike if they were successful, and lots of other bad things beyond the tax hike. But with us, it'll be the biggest tax cut in American history. How are we doing with the bill?
We're doing great. We're day in, day out, hour by hour negotiations to make sure your stuff is in there, and to make sure we have the border resources, the defense resources, and to save the American people some tax money and make sure all those tax cuts that you ran on are in there that help get people back into the workforce. And I think we're making a ton of progress.
I think we're doing well. Like I said, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it would be the biggest tax increase if the Democrats are successful. They're the only people I've ever seen running for office where they want to increase taxes, but this would be a 58, maybe a 60% tax increase, unsustainable for the American people. Thank you very much. Great job. Susie, the most powerful woman in the world. I agree with that. I agree.
I'll be brief so you can hear from these amazing people. Congratulations to everyone on 100 days. That's been it's unparalleled in my memory and best I can tell ever. But it hasn't been busy for busy's sake. The president's promises made to the American people have been kept time and time and time again. You all have been out there spreading the word with community groups and states and the media. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and let's work hard to the next 100 and have equally as much success then. Thank you.
And you've done a great job, Susie. I think everybody agrees.
Yes.
Yeah. If you have anybody that disagrees, please. In front of the media. Please raise your hand if you have the courage to do so. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you.
And you made it very clear that you wanted to put America first. And also from day one, you wanted to make housing affordable again, because we do have a housing affordability crisis in our country. And so at HUD, we've been cutting all the red tape and bureaucracy as it pertains to housing affordability and unleashing creativity of our builders and developers around our country and restoring local control. We took down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, as you know, which was a zoning tax from Washington. So no longer will Washington be picking winners and losers, but localities and elected officials in different states and cities will have that flexibility. Also, you alluded to securing the border, and such a great job has been done with all of our partners at the table. And at HUD, we want to make sure that the resources that we have now, which is American taxpayer dollars, in the Biden administration, they prioritize illegal aliens over the American people. And so we signed an MOU with Secretary Noem at DHS to make sure that HUD-funded housing only goes to American citizens, and no longer will it go to illegal aliens coming across our border. We have about 9 million people living in subsidized housing in our country. 59% of illegal alien families use some sort of welfare program, costing us $42 billion a year. And so we have prioritized American and American people only to live in HUD-funded housing. And also to make housing affordable, we also signed a partnership with Secretary Burgum at DOI to use underutilized federal lands, as you campaigned on and promised, to identify those lands to build affordable housing in our country so that people can realize the American dream. We also restored biological truth, as you did in sports. We have the equal access rule at HUD, which we took that rule down to ensure that at women's shelters, that those that enter those shelters would be of the same sex, and that we will protect the ladies of our country. No longer will those that identify as women but are not women be able to enter our shelters, so that we can protect the ladies that we serve. Along with our DOGE task force, we identified over $2 billion in savings. At HUD, $260 million at HUD were just in contracts, $4 million with DEI. And so we took those contracts down and de-obligated and sent back $1.9 billion back to the Treasury for the American people. Again, we want to be good stewards over the American taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership in this. And we have a tremendous team at HUD, and I'm so grateful to be part of this team around this table to take care of the American people. And I consider it a great honor and humble to do so.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brooke?
Well, I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but the price of eggs is down. I know it's news. Listen, sir, today on as we celebrate the 100th day, I think that it's just such a joy and an honor to continue to do this work. So thank you for that. We have been obviously very focused on the cost of groceries, specifically eggs led the way, as you have so eloquently discussed over the last few months, and we're holding tight on a very significant decrease, which is great, and investing where we need to there. As I mentioned before the press came in, we have had a massive issue with Mexico on water and getting water to our farmers along the border for decades. When I worked in Texas 25 years ago, we were fighting with the Mexican government over the water then. You got involved about 2 weeks ago. That evening, I started conversations, and as of just a few days ago, thanks to Secretary Rubio's great deputy secretary and I have been negotiating, and we hit the best deal, I believe, in history on behalf of our farmers, and thanks to your leadership and your strength on that. And that's a really big deal long term for those farmers in the southern part of the country. On the energy side, I know we've got Secretary Burgum and his partner Secretary Wright, but we often forget that agriculture has a major piece of the energy dominance agenda, not just timber, not just minerals, but biofuels. So we continue to support that great leadership coming from those agencies, and doing hopefully our part as well, and they've been incredible in that. Our farmers have been hurting under the Joe Biden administration. There was a 30% increase in the cost of input, so the cost of doing business for these farmers over those 4 years. When we left the White House the first time 4 years ago, we had a $0 trade deficit with our agriculture products. After 4 years of Biden, that hit $50 billion because they just didn't make an effort. And so obviously that's $50 billion less dollars at a time of very thin profitability for our agriculture community. So the Congress passed because the last administration didn't get a farm bill done either, the farmers were hurting there. So Congress stepped in. I say all that and basically said $10 billion to move out. USDA, fastest in history, that money went out to those farmers that couldn't make plant their crops. And so I'm really proud of that, and you'll hear a lot of that from the farmers today, that this USDA is moving more quickly than any ever before. And we're not organizing money based on the color of skin and other ways, which was how the last administration was moving out. We have canceled $6 billion in contracts thanks to our great friend Elon Musk and his Doge team. A lot of those were DEI, gender, studying transgender mice. Who knew? The racism in pest management. We've canceled all of it. We're going through a major restructuring. USDA is one of the biggest agencies. It's sort of a catch-all. And we're really, really downsizing and aligning around putting farmers first, which is really, really important. A big part of USDA, though, is food stamps. It is perhaps one of the largest, if not the largest, welfare program, and it's a supplemental nutrition program. Secretary Kennedy and I have been working very closely. We were in Texas yesterday talking about nutrition and agriculture. You can't make America healthy again without your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So ensuring that our food stamp program and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have access to nutritious foods as we're facing an obesity crisis and a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on. And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I, together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important and it goes to why we're here. This is a South Dakota ranching family named the Mods. They are a fifth generation ranching family. Charles Mod, in his 30s, bought the ranch from his granddad, I'm going to show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several hundred-acre operation, they used about 20 acres and had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told to find guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden DOJ pushed forward. So this morning, on the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture with Secretary Noem, who was their governor, as the governor of South Dakota, which is where these great people are from, all criminal charges were dropped, and really appreciate the Department of Justice. It was a really big day as we sent the signal that the over-criminalization and using government, and you know this better than anyone because you were in the crosshairs for so long, that those days are over and the regulation through prosecution is no more. And so this family is one of many that we'll now be talking to ensure that never happens again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm, and I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield remarkable results. Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are down. Food costs are moving lower. And American families are finding their financial footing again. I had a group in today. America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. That our economy had become barbelled. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried to kill on the other, and you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies. Under the Doge at Treasury and the IRS, Cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased. We have the IRS revenues are up, and thanks to the young man sent over by Doge, the IT update that began in 1990, which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, you couldn't make it up, trade, taxes, and deregulation, the one big beautiful bill under your leadership. Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done a great job, but they have you as the closer on many of their members. And I'll just close by saying economic security is national security is economic security, and it's never been better. We're rebuilding it, and as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank conferences, America first does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Well said.
Thank you. Are you busy enough? He's doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you, and thanks to the cabinet. So, at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I am the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need. We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress in the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past, and let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall. And in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question. Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order, and why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Pam?
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever. Ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple: make America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions. And now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed, and we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, You, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead. And no longer because of you, what you've done. ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,500 guns off the streets. Why aren't people reporting that? 651,000 rounds of ammo. That's up 151% from 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty. We are now seeking the death penalty on cases. I'm signing death warrants. We are going after terrorism. We are going after arsonists. Whether you're burning Teslas, we've arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions, no negotiations, 20 years in prison, or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine on our streets. Ton of fentanyl, 20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among at clubs and bars for young kids. They were fake, but you know what they had in them? Fentanyl. That's 20,000 lives saved because of you, right there. We brought back 29 cartel members from Mexico at your direction, and one killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent, in 1985, and many of us got to talk to his widow and his son, who is now a judge. And they started crying. They have tried to get that guy back forever, and thanks to so many of you in this room working together, they have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing everything you told us. No more DEI, no more weaponization. We have rescinded, as I said, 200 policies. And I could go on all day long, but we are doing everything in our power to keep America safe at your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I think what you've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate amongst each other, not only in this room, as Jameson mentioned, we kind of get a break for a couple of hours here, but we stay in contact actually every other day that we're working for you. And I think what that says is I was speaking to, for instance, the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the Ag Secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Lutnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do. Because as you've come in and negotiated these great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need that workforce to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish all 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to is the American workforce and these companies about what the market demand is. That's the difference, that we finally have made that connection. What do they need? How quick do they need it? And how fast can I get these either apprenticeships toward that million that we've put that lofty goal? We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since January. So at the Department of Labor, that tour is kicked off, and I couldn't be more honored to be on the ground and see my colleagues that we're passing in the skies, but we're on the ground together because we're all collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants, and so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory discriminatory DEI offices within the department, specifically the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't compliant, they weren't going to have a federal contract. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions we're collecting thus in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it, foreign handouts, including funding for things like transparency and accountability for Uzbekistan cotton industry. It doesn't make sense that we're funding, these foreign, and thank you to DOJ and to the government efficiency, what we have found with the fraud that we're seeing.
I mean, some of these things are so ridiculous, you can't believe it.
No, I write them down and I read them
Uzbekistan
more than once, like
cotton
this
palmers?
county should. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It sounds like a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so again, with the executive order preparing Americans for high-paying, skilled trade jobs of the future, that's our goal. The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, and we want to make sure we're on hand for that. And what I want to say is thank you to government efficiency, because you asked us, when this transitions out, will our departments and our agencies continue that government efficiency? And I think that we surpassed that in the Department of Labor. Out of our 14,000 federal employees, 3,000 have taken the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer. And we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored to serve. I know we were probably the last to know each other, but we're getting to know each other well. And the team that you have assembled is really an honor to serve with. So thank you, Mr. President.
You're doing great. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Mr. President, you ran on unleashing American energy, and 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled. I'll hit a few highlights. Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace that supply is easier to grow now and supply will be coming. And that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not only more affordable energy, but we need a lot more energy. One highlight I think a couple of us have touched on is AI. This is a new emerging critical industry that's very energy intensive. It is not acceptable for the United States to not be the leader in AI. We must win the AI race and lead in that, and that's going to take a lot more energy. If you had not won election, we would not have won the AI race. Full stop. Energy would not have been there to enable us to win. Reshoring of manufacturing. These trillions of dollars you led off with, it's going to come back to our country to make chips, to make steel, to make automobiles, to make artificial intelligence, to make all of these industries we've outsourced. That's only going to be possible with way more American energy. But we have that energy. We have those resources. We have those businesses. We have those capitalists. We just need to stop standing in the way of them and follow the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have, huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America's back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. I also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland. The first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke with many other nations over there. They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks, is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renai's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, Mr. President, you are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you have changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children, and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says, this is what the Biden administration looks like, and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof. For ICE agents, they want to be a part of ICE because they recognize they actually get to do their jobs. I have the Coast Guard too. Coast Guard recruitment is up over 20% just in the last 60 days. Everybody wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126 tons of cocaine, millions of doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing. And the aliens that they are deporting is incredible too. We've been working with all of them. The one thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden deported more people than you. And it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation, just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members, hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table and now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned them around because you forced her to. So those are all people that never even came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get to get up and do jobs that matter. And we appreciate that.
Tom Holm is doing a great job.
Oh, yeah. Tom's a great messenger for us. He just, yeah, he's hardcore. Yeah, thank you.
He is hardcore.
Yeah, he is.
Kelly?
Mr. President, It's such an honor to serve in this administration, and on behalf of Main Street America, for our 34 million small businesses that make up 99% of all businesses in this great. I have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business again. They're thriving and they're investing. And the data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs in this country, and we've already seen under your leadership the jobs economy is back, manufacturing jobs are back. We've seen a 38% increase in manufacturing loans. We put out 1,500 manufacturing loans in your first 100 days. We saw startups increase by 54%, and we saw businesses under 5 people increase by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you on the manufacturing front, I'm out on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue collar boom. It's now a new collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our war fighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals, with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon, as well.
Thank you. Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat has a hat. The American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. It could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his. He's done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of that.
Yeah. 160 now.
Yeah, 160. They said, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon.
Thank you. And it's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kelsey?
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration. Really only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate, and I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long, and building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So I'd like just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders. Secondly, Mr. President, like too many organizations in the federal government, the ODNI has become very bloated with too much waste and abuse going on within the organization. We've done a few immediate steps. We are doing more. The ODNI is 25% smaller and more lean today than it was when I walked in the door and when you took office. Secondly, we have just this morning actually shut down a human capital office. As soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. We discovered this human capital office that was essentially a slush fund for DEI initiatives, hidden under the guise of human capital, that closed down this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization, weaponization of the intelligence community. This past week, I sent 3 criminal referrals for illegal and unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances, and we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about that transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee?
Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocate. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. At 13 pages of accomplishments from our first 100 days in here, and in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment. Every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, We're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants. Now today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills, considering the EPA waivers that were given to California's tailpipe emissions, where California set their own standards. But there should be one national standard, and right now, Congress, on the House side, is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the EPA jurisdiction, today is my last day serving in the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s. And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason, Mr. Vice President, why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming with Navy SEALs right now, be running somewhere in the Middle East with our service members. And from our Secretary of Defense to our Secretary of State, our Vice President, and more. I just want to say thank you as a veteran of our military for assembling what is the greatest national security team that I have ever seen in my 27 years associated with the United States Army.
Has Pete signed off on this retirement leave? Is that?
Welcome to the end.
Thank you for your service, Lee.
Yeah, thank you.
Really, you're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate it very much. So,
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now through our RIF program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidated, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education. The commissioners of education in every state, and I was at a meeting with them not too long ago for not only our states but our territories. They are thrilled with the opportunity now to be able to have more control over the education in their states, to get rid of a lot of the red tape and regulation that's kept them from doing what they're doing. So we're seeing, I think, great improvements. We'll see test scores, I believe. It'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education for our universities. We've returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools for not only Title IX but Title VI infractions. And those are moving along. I think we've brought people to the table. They know that you're serious. You meant what you said. They're going to make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued, and they're saying that it's, First Amendment infraction. No, this is civil rights, safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. And with Pam's help and the task force that we formed with HHS, with GSA, with other agencies, we're going to make sure that our campuses are safe. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I think one of the biggest things, you'll be very happy to hear this, Mr. Vogt, that we are putting back into place collecting on our student loans that have been delinquent since March of 2020. Been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, a letter goes out that the loan recollection is beginning again. So for those people who have borrowed money and who've not been paying. And that's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as to get this money back into the country. I mean, $60 billion of increased student loan debt since 2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting it back. And Scott and his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And so a lot's going on at the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI, so that we are training these new entrepreneurs and business leaders in our country. We can't do it with the infrastructure we have in place today, so we have to be working on that at the same time. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you for your charge to elevate education so that we are providing for every student access to excellent education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Linda. And what's going on with Harvard and some of these colleges that are taking vast amounts of money, who also have vast amounts? They've got $52 billion and really scamming the public and hiring people like de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, who were certainly two of the worst mayors in the history of our country, paying them a fortune of salary and having them teach our children how to manage cities and how to manage government. What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we welcome them back to the negotiating table, their response was a lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that. And I am, enjoying the fact not only am I firing myself, but I'm now being sued fairly regularly by different departments of education. But we're staying tough with them. The other thing that we're looking at also are the 117 violations of these big universities like Harvard and others, who are not reporting, as they're required to do by the law, foreign money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes from. And so that is
And students.
Yeah, and it's very serious.
Where are these people coming from?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
sir, we pulled back their grants because Harvard isn't responding to us, criminal activity by their students. And until they give us that list, they're not getting any more grants from Homeland
Good.
Security.
I think we should pull it back.
We did.
The students they have, the professors they have,
Right.
the attitude they have is not American, and I think you should. A grant is a grant. We don't have to give grants.
Exactly right.
So we'll pull back the grant. All right, very good. Thank you very much, Linda. Bobby?
Mr. President, thank you for your extraordinary leadership. Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines, the dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us. 453 pages. They're basically unreadable. And they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, the school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to the SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are a business-friendly president, probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very much. very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is supplemental nutrition. It is about nutrition. And we should, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying at both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances that make them diabetic, and then we're being bankrupt. We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential and it's not sustainable. We have, I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to Brooke Rollins' leadership, all of the states to apply for those waivers. I also visited Utah, which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to sign that. We are working, Lee Zeldin and I are working together to change the federal fluoride regulations, to change the recommendations, and we're looking at the science now. I want to point out that in August, the National Toxicity Program, which was an arm of the NIH, did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure and low IQ in children. So the more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this country, and we need healthy kids, and thank you for your leadership. We're going to get there. We're reviewing the GRAS standards now we're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients that are in our foods. The Europeans only have 400 ingredients. We have 10,000. There are chemicals we know nothing about, and we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or to label them. We've launched Operation Stork Speed, and we're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high-quality milk for children. We have launched the autism study at your direction. By September, we'll have some of the first answers. Within 6 months of that, we will have definitive answers, not only for autism, but for the etiology of a whole range of autoimmune diseases that have become epidemic in our children. We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation surgeries and other kind of gender dysphoria practices, and thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your vision, for your leadership, for giving me the 100 busiest days of my life, and most exciting and most rewarding. And there's, over the next 100 days, we're going to do much, much more.
That's great. Thank you very much, Barry. Very good, very important. Thank you. Doug, please.
Well, President Trump, on your first day in office, you wisely declared a national energy emergency. And this was essential because it was the signal that we're going to go 180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden policies that were based on a climate ideology that was the root cause of the inflation in this country. It was the root cause of wars abroad. It was the root cause of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We can't have energy security. Without energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country. And now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away, again, under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, hey, big, beautiful coal. As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources, the 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team, the whole cabinet, Susie's jumping in, leadership across everybody in the National Energy Dominance Council. But of the top 20 critical and rare earth minerals that we need for defense, that we need for industry, China's controlling 85% of the refining for that. So we are running at warp speed 7 days a week to try to put ourselves back in business in that way. So, and I want to just close out by saying a couple other things. One is the border. Few people realize that 41% of the southern border is in the Department of Interior. And then we've got a few more percent that come with Brooke and with the Forest Service. But that's been a risk area. Part of the reason everyone was pouring into our country, Biden wasn't enforcing the border laws. They definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using tying two presidents that had a great propensity for action, Theodore Roosevelt in 1907 created what was called the Roosevelt Reservation, 60-foot strip that go from Texas all the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking, but that has been largely unused. He gave us the authority to transfer that, and so working with Christie and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DOD. So transferring land from the other agencies like Interior to the Department of Defense, then as Pete said, they can do the detain and assist with the military. And having been down at the border multiple times in recent week, I can confirm everything Christie said. The enthusiasm, the morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christie and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol people say that they were multi-generational service in that law enforcement that said, my wife and I are telling our children never to go into this thing, to go into Border Patrol. People this time were saying, I got a 17-year-old. As soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met, whether it's in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank President Trump from all of us, the change that you're making. And I want to say especially this became very dear when we last week renamed a U.S. Wildlife Refuge in honor of Jocelyn Nungare. Jocelyn Nungare, of course, lost her life tragically to illegal Venezuelan gang members in this country in a horrific way. But her mother, Alexis, was at that ceremony. Her grandmother was there, and Jocelyn's great-grandmother was there. There, 3 other generations of that family were there. They all wanted to pass on their thank you too, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary, and really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term, when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless. And it's your fearlessness to take on the issues that other presidents would not touch, whether it's the work that we're doing with successfully streamlining and right-sizing government, or whether it's taking on the issues at the border, or whether it's embracing the power we need to win the arms race. You're fearlessly doing that, and that creates it just all of us can sprint because you're running ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a great job. And with Chris, that's a pretty much unbeatable combination after 10 years. So thank you both very much. Thank you, Doug. It's great. Marco?
Well, it's not easy to go last after all these reports that have come here. First of all, Mr. So I better be good, and I'll be short as well. A couple things, Mr. President. I think you deserve a lot of credit for 2 things. The first is assembling this great team of people. Some of whom I've known for a long time, others who I've gotten to know during this period of time, but putting together a team, not just of talented individuals, but that work well together. It's something never going to be reported on in the media or fully seen, but it happens every single day. For the most part, I interact with almost everyone around this table at some level, and because of Secretary Kennedy, I'm afraid to eat anything. So,
at least in front of him.
He said Tootsie Rolls are okay in moderation. But it's a great team. And here's the second, and I tell this to people all the time. This is incredibly rewarding service, and you hear it in everyone's voices. Traditionally, in the past, and it's one of the problems we got in as a country, is presidents would say, okay, let's go do something, and then they would have to do a study, and then a study on the study, and then a long internal deliberative process, and by the time you got to it, it was too late, or somebody had forgotten it. In this administration, it's moving. You know the direction because you know why you were elected. The American people elected you very clearly, and basically it's measured, I used to say by days and weeks, now it's measured by hours and minutes, but action is happening. And that's what people want to see. And I'm going to talk about foreign policy in particular because I'm not sure this is fully appreciated. This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around what was good for the world. In essence, the decisions we made as a government in trade and foreign policy was basically, is it good for the world? Is it good for the global community? And under President Trump, we're making a foreign policy now was it good for America? I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States Department of State. Not the World Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by 3 things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those 3 things, and hopefully all 3 of those things, we're not doing it. Now, we went out and hired a consulting firm to help us organize ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the Department of Government Efficiency. And they helped us do a couple things. Number one is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things. I'm sure they were very good puppet shows. And I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world can go pay for it, but the American taxpayer should not. We've also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of them. And so we've begun to reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. And we have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people that are involved. Something else we got out of the business of, wasn't widely reported, or maybe it was. We had an office in the Department of State whose job it was to censor Americans. And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is. I'll leave it up to them. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building of social media posts to identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
Was it me or Elon? We can follow up with the media story.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens. to identify them as vectors of disinformation, when we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. And so that's what we're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office that does that. Beyond that, Mr. President, and this I'll move quickly because this has been a team effort, we have gone to countries all over the world and said, hey, you want good relations with the United States, you need to take back your people that are here illegally. And we've had historic cooperation. Beyond that, and I say this unapologetically, we are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. Here's something else we've done. We stopped giving student visas to people who are coming here to burn down our universities and take over libraries and harass people. Why are we giving student visas to people who are coming here to create disruption? And we've taken away the student visas of people that are come here to do that. It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're not going to give you, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I traveled, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too. So the only people who seem to disagree with this are a handful of federal judges and a bunch of crazy people who get paid to write and report. So anyway, we're getting rid of that. The last, but now here's some good news. You know, we're going to have the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Club Cup, and then we're going to have the Olympics. So we have to have a Consular Affairs Bureau. We have very good, talented people there, but we are going to infuse technology, again, working with our consultants, to be able to, millions of people are coming into this country for this. And, but I also, we've done it to improve customer service. For some of us who served in Congress recognize that about a year and a half ago, we had a meltdown under Biden. You couldn't get a passport. You have people calling, I have a cruise on Friday, my passport expires. In the month of March, we processed 2.78 million Americans, their passports. That is the historic, never in any, it's the largest single month processing of passports ever, and we think it's a good way to build the momentum to be able to do the visas. Two last points I want to make. We have a great team that you've built. I want to especially acknowledge Steve Woodcock. This is a person that doesn't have to be doing what he's doing. He has a very good life in Miami, my hometown as well. He has worked incredibly hard, has done it without any agenda, and we need to acknowledge him. I want to acknowledge Mr. Boulos as well, who did something really great last week. They told us this war between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is an intractable. It can never happen. It will never happen.
Order
I sent Mr.
submitted.
Boulos, your envoy. A week later, I look on my schedule, the signing of a declaration of peace between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. We signed it at the State Department last week. We hope it will lead now to a lasting, permanent peace that we hope to invite them back to Washington to sign. So two great, and we have a lot of good people working on our teams as well, but these are two great people. Mike Waltz alluded to this earlier, and this is the last point. In the first 100 days of the 47th presidency, 47 wrongfully detained Americans have been returned to the United States, thanks to your leadership and the diplomacy that was exercised to make that happen. 47 for the 47th president in the first 100 days, and that's all credit to you, Mr. President. Thank you for the honor to be able to serve alongside you, for you, and alongside all these excellent people.
Well, thank you very much, Marco. Really great job. So, you know, I've been involved in a lot of groups of people over the years, good groups, bad groups, all types of groups. But I have been involved in some incredible groups, but I've never been more proud and impressed, frankly. Impressed is maybe even more important. But I've never been more proud or impressed than I am with this group. This is an amazing group of people, and I hope some of those television cameras were blazing and it was on so people could watch this because, frankly, you know, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, this is an impressive group of people. I sat around being somewhat competitive. I said, well, let's see, who did the best job, who did the worst job? And I determined that everybody is like the same and there was no worst job. Everybody was outstanding. Everybody did a job. You couldn't pick a winner. The only thing you can say is nobody did a bad job or even a fair job. You're outstanding. And so I want to just congratulate you all. This is really something. And, you know, we have a job to do. We've done a lot of work in this 100 days. We've established things that are going to start taking place in the next 100 days. I want to see what it's going to be like I think we're going to have to do this in 100 days, Susie, and we're going to see some very big results from the things that we've done. But I just want to thank everybody. This is really very impressive, and I hope the people at home got to see some of it. Nobody's ever done public cabinet meetings. They were quiet for a reason, because they weren't impressive, and especially in the last administration, they were not impressive. But I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and I am in particular. Thank you all very much. Great job, and I think we're going to have some tremendous success for our country. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like a time to be asking questions. That was so impressive, that to be taking questions, why did you do this? Why did you do that? It just doesn't seem to be appropriate. I guess we probably have to take a couple, because that was the purpose. But if you'd like to ask some, I think they should be very respectful questions at this point. This was an amazing meeting. And so if you'd like to ask a couple, if you'd like to pinpoint them to some of the secretaries, et cetera,
yes,
would be fine.
Yes. Secretary Rubio, can I ask you a question? You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia? Has a formal request from this administration been made?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. So we will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to. But I'll never discuss it. And no one will ever make us discuss it, because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that you could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of our country. He's gotten a lot less money than this would take from us if we were going to build these jails and do what he's doing. And they run a very professional operation. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. I really leave that to the lawyers, and I take my advice from Pam and everybody that is very much involved. They know the laws, and we follow the laws exactly.
Mr. President,
yeah,
the transition, sir. You frequently took credit for the stock market highs. You said it was a reflection of how well you were doing in the polls, and then after you were elected, you said the stock market highs were a reflection of how well the transition's going and the American people's confidence in your incoming administration. Now, the stock market's not doing so well, and you're saying that's the Biden stock market, yet you are the president. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm not taking credit or discredit for the stock market. I'm just saying that we inherited a mess, both at the borders. You could look at every single one of the people here, and no matter who it is, they're doing better, and they are far superior to what took place for 4 years before us. When you look at prisoners being allowed to come into our country at will, just at will, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, when you look at that, what they've done to our country, and also having to do with finance, look at what happened with inflation. We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I would say in the history of our country, it ate away at people. And even though you saw a stock market going up somewhat, because in my case, I had the biggest stock market increase, 88% in the last term, in my last term. But I don't view the stock market as the end all. It's an indicator. But what the stock market really tells you, and when you look at the stock market in this case, is it says how bad a situation we inherited. I took place, this was a quarter that we looked at today, and we took all of us together. We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a victory financially.
Fox is cutting out on us.
We reset the table. We were being ripped off by every single country, with just about without exception. I'd have to really think hard for who hasn't taken advantage. And I don't even blame those countries. I blame the person that was sitting right here where I am for allowing it to happen, where our country was ripped off on trade, hundreds of billions of dollars. And now we're doing better than we've done in a long time. You know, we were losing $4 to $5 to even $6 billion a day on trade. with Biden. And now we have it down to a very manageable number, and the tariffs, for the most part, haven't even kicked in yet. So that's the way. Stock markets, to me, are an indication, but the big indication is what's happening, and the people around the table know what's happening. Yes.
The Ukraine minerals deal is set to be signed in 24 hours or
What's
so.
that?
Is it true that the Ukraine minerals deal is about to be signed in the next 24 hours or so? There's some reports saying that. And if it's true, has the deal changed at all from the last time we heard about it?
Well, I'll ask Scott to answer the question because he's responsible for it.
Yeah, our side's ready to sign. Ukrainians decided last night to make some last-minute changes. We're sure that they will reconsider that, and we are ready to sign this afternoon if they are.
Can you talk about those last minute changes? What was removed or put in its place?
Nothing's been removed. It's the same agreement that we agreed to on the weekend. No changes on our side.
Just to put that in perspective, though, when I came here, I said, how much money have we given to Ukraine? The real number is about $350 billion. It's unthinkable. And we had no security. We had no nothing. We were just pouring money there, unsecured money, putting it in banks, and anybody could have taken it out. Anybody over there, it was their decision. I've never seen anything like it. Europe, on the other hand, which it's obviously that whole situation is much more important to Europe because we have an ocean in between. But Europe gave about $100 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a big sacrifice they made also. But they gave much less than we did. And their money is secured, totally secured, by deposits in banks. The deposits are largely Russian deposits. That's what Europe did, but their money is secured. So they gave $100 billion totally secured. We gave money like it's throwing it out the window. And it was done by Biden, and this is Biden's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm trying to get out. And more than the money, they're losing about 5,000 young Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week, mostly. There's some people also being killed in towns where missiles should not have been shot, small cities and towns. But we are trying to save the lives of about 5,000 young, mostly soldiers, that are losing their lives a week. I see satellite photos, probably off one of his satellites, come to think of it. But I see satellite photos every week of fields with arms and heads and legs scattered all over. It's a violent, horrible situation. And more important than the money, I want to save the lives of people from other countries that are dying so stupidly, so needlessly, and they're dying. But I said, what are we doing? How did we get into this war? It would have never happened if I were president. Everybody knows, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Wasn't even thought of. I discussed it with President Putin a lot. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to do anything. Zero chance. And I said, we feel foolish. The Europeans are putting up money. It's totally secure. They get the money back. We're putting up much more money. We have absolutely nothing. And I didn't want to make a complicated deal. I didn't want to make a deal that couldn't be made because Ukraine doesn't have very much money. They're going through a very bad period of time. It's been brutal. But I felt very foolish being a judge. So I said, well, we want something for our efforts beyond what you would think would be acceptable. And we said rare earth. They have very good rare earth. As you know, we're looking for rare earth all the time. Rare earth is called rare for a reason. And they have a lot. And we made a deal where our money is secure, where we can start digging and doing what we have to do. It's also good for them because you'll have an American presence at the site, Chris. And the American presence will, I think, keep a lot of bad actors out of the country, or certainly out of the area where we're doing the digging. So we made a deal, and I assume they're going to honor the deal. And I put Scott in charge, and Scott's done it beautifully, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that deal yet. I suspect we will.
Mr. President, you had set a 90-day deadline through an executive order for Secretary Hegseth and Noam to review whether to recommend to you whether to invoke the Insurrection Act to send troops to the southern border. Is that something you're still considering?
Well, I'm talking to them, and it's not hard and fast, but I'm talking to them, and I will tell you that the border is the most secure it's ever been. We have never had anything like it. And when you said, Christy, before, it's 99.999, and I guess that means one person maybe, or two people. It's actually turned out to be 3 people came across the border versus hundreds of thousands of people under Biden. And we're talking about people coming, look, people, they have souls, they have hearts, many of them are good, but we have a country that's under siege. We have a country that really is I think it's under attack. In many ways, worse than under attack, because there are no uniforms. You don't know who the attacker is, so you really don't. It's not like you're fighting an army. You're fighting people, you don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered, far more than one person, are roaming. Now, some of them have already been caught. A lot of them have already been caught and taken out. But we're being impeded by judges from doing our job. And hopefully that situation is going to be solved, because I think nobody wants to have murderers and people from jail, and I mean for serious, serious crime. I remember the Biden people used to say, no, these are aliens that came into our country and they don't commit crime. I said, they don't commit crime, they commit worse crime. They make our criminals. Some of these people that they've allowed in through open border policies, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You can look at some of these people and you say, this is not going to end well. But the people that they've allowed into our country are making our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. I will tell you, these are serious criminals. These are violent criminals. These are people that would kill you and wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even remember it. This is a rough, tough group of people, and we've got to get them out of our country. And the law says, I believe, I hope, and I think Pam will be very successful in proving it, but we've run into, I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. And we didn't lose all of these people. You know, we've lost a lot of people to death and to rape, all sorts of crimes committed by the people that poured into our country. And they came in totally unimpeded. Just come on in. And you see it every night. You'd see thousands and tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We have no idea who they are. And to this day, we're looking for people. We have no idea. We hear that we have terrorists in our country that are so bad, they couldn't stay in any other country, but we're getting them out. And the group between Pete and Christy and Tom Holman and everybody working together, people that you would least suspect are reporting them, getting it, and the public is reporting them. The public is seeing. The public is calling and they're saying, you know, I live in a house and next to me moved in a group of people and they are very violent, and would go and would find out and would say, yeah, you're right, they were really violent, and we have information on most of them. So I just think it's incredible what's taken place. But we right now have a very, very secure border. Right now we have the most secure border in the history of our country, so I don't think we have to worry about your question too much.
Mr. President, as Prime Minister of Canada ran against, not only against the Conservatives, but also against you. Yesterday, yesterday he spoke about American betrayal. Are you interested in rebuilding relations with Canada, and if so, how?
No, well, I think we're going to have a great relationship. He called me up yesterday. He said, let's make a deal. You know, he was running for office. They both hated Trump. And it was the one that hated Trump, I think, the least that won. I actually think the conservative hated me much more than the so-called liberal. He's a pretty liberal guy. But no, I spoke to him yesterday. He couldn't have been nicer. And I congratulated him. You know, it was a very mixed signal, because it's almost even, which makes it very complicated for the country. It's a pretty tight race. But he's a very nice gentleman, and he's going to come to the White House very shortly, within the next week or less.
Mr. President, when will you speak to President Xi of China?
That'll happen. I mean, look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. You know, somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, but China, I would say, is the leading one, the leading candidate for the chief ripper offer. There has never been a country that's been ripped off more than the United States of America under some of the dumbest leadership, and it usually starts with the president. And you can go back, and I'm not just talking about Biden. It's been the worst. I mean, the trade deficits and everything else, he's been the worst. But he had no idea what he was doing. And I think somebody ought to look at the auto pen to find out who was really running this country, because it wasn't Biden. Because nobody could agree to what he agreed to. I mean, he put our country at risk, at tremendous risk, and fiscal risk, financial risk. So I think we have it very much. I really believe that the next 100 days is going to be even better than this. Look, I read an editorial yesterday from a group that normally wouldn't write a good, that this is the most consequential presidency in history, in the history of our country. This is not a particular group that would write that kind of an editorial, but they see what we're doing and what we had to do. And I believe if this group, not just me, if this group wasn't here, I think our country was going to be in, if it was lucky, just serious trouble, but a lot worse than that. I think our country could have been a total disaster. Bad things were happening with our country, and we've stemmed the tide, we've turned it around, but we're going to really turn it around over the next 3 years, 3.5 years, we're going to turn it around, and then hopefully it'll be in such great shape. That's my goal, to put it in such great condition that it can't be destroyed.
Do you believe
You mentioned this last night in your speech in Macomb, but we're facing an unprecedented situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions, sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Yeah. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people on that aspect?
There are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected. And hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much. I thought this was an incredible cabinet meeting. I think there's probably has never been a cabinet meeting like this, and you've never seen it on tape, that I can tell you. And I want to just congratulate everybody at the table. But we have a lot of work to do, but we're off to a great start. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you enjoy, Mr. President, taking the White House back second time?
Thank you,
How's your life?
Thank you, everybody.
I'm working hard. I like my life. I'm working hard, but I like it because we're doing a lot of good for a lot of people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okie dokie. That was a long one, but fortunately I got so bored that I just patiently waited for kind of what was a perfect trade setup, and I caught that. Obviously, I'm only trading on the 5 take profit accounts because, first of all, I should be done anyway. And on take profit, when you're above the buffer, you could take out money every single day. So whatever money I make on this trade, I will deduct it from the account today to bring these accounts back into parity with the Apex accounts. So basically, right now, as you can see, the total P&L is up an additional 1.7K in real time. Whatever money I make on this, and as you can see, I already moved my stop up to being 45 points in the money. So the worst case scenario is an additional $900 on top of what I've already made. So because of that, whatever it is, I'll take that out today to help pay off some of these the eval fees. So whatever extra money this is, if I wanted to, I could actually move this all the way down to break even, and maybe I will do that, and then just let it sit at break even and come back at 4 p.m. today, and whatever it's at 4 p.m., maybe I'll do something like that. So whatever it is, like, and it might be 45. I guess now that I'm thinking about it aloud, maybe I do move it to 400. But regardless, you understand my point that at this point, since it's already up so much, I'm not going to be taking on additional risk, and whatever money I make, I will be taking out of the account today. I'll just be draining that. And we're going to see how that ends up going. So like I said, just a way to pay off some eval fees. Before I let you guys go, obviously we stayed, we're running into a bit of resistance at this open interest level. If we can break 5525, if we do push here, I'm watching all the way up to yesterday's closing value at 5561. But remember, you have 15 hours left on Apex until we don't know what's going out the deal, but 80% off, pinned to the top of chat in the description of the video, 80% off, use that code Goonie. And the same thing could also be said for Take Profit, which is the accounts I'm trading on right now. I'm just trading on these 5 up about, I don't know, what was that, almost 10K. So I'll be definitely getting some money out today. How many withdrawals have you taken from Take Profit? I don't know. I'd have to double check that. But remember, it's not the account. It's not the number of withdrawals. It's how much money in total. But here's what I like to do is like, just to keep my take profit in parity with my Apex, sometimes I'll overtrade those and I'll aggressively move my SOP in money. And then if I'm fortunate enough to make any money, I just bring it back down. And then it's how I basically slowly but surely pay myself, but most importantly, bring my credit card down, my eval fees to 0. But check that out on Take Profit. You could get a discount with the code Goonie. On Apex, you could get a discount with code Goonie. But I just want to let you know about this one because the deal is ending in 15 hours. So like I said, pinned to the top of chat in the description of the video. But that's kind of it. I don't know. I might move this stop back down and then just literally have a free lotto ticket play for the remainder of the day, just in case there's some sort of like rip into close. Maybe something to consider. I don't know. I'm going to bounce around with that idea, but what I could tell you is worst case scenario is nothing. I'm just break even and like I make the $1,000. Like I'm not going to take on more risk than a break even trade. I had a lotto ticket trade. It popped in my favor. It's up about 1.7K. I have 5 of them, so it's up about $9,000 right now. And honestly, that sounds like a good payday to me because on Take Profit, I've hit all the other metrics to actually get money out, so I can like actually in real time request that money out today. So I'll keep you guys apprised of that. I'll let you guys know how that ends up playing out tomorrow. But here's the plan. I will be filming an update video after market closes today, and then we'll be posting that around 7 p.m. I'd greatly appreciate if you guys could check that video out. And then we'll be streaming once again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. bright and early. But that's what I have for you guys. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all the good vibes. I hope you're making a shitload of money, and I'll catch you guys in the Discord. Have a good one. Peace.